Hello there, friends. How are you all doing? Hope you're having a nice weekend. We're gonna take a little change from the discussion of current events because I think that we've definitely had enough streams recently on Donald Trump and Ukraine, and I've got no doubt that we'll end up coming back to that again, probably in the next few days or the next week. We've got the German elections on Sunday, so obviously we will be discussing the results of that when it happens. Um, and as you know, the video games, AI slop, all that other good jazz, that's out there in the ether to come. But as the title of today's stream goes, we are going to be looking at the political compass. Now, long-time viewers will remember, maybe, that I think I've done the political compass test a couple of times on this channel. I've definitely done it at least once. That was around about 2017 or 18. I've definitely done it again since, but I can't remember for sure whether I'd done that in a stream or just privately. But both times I've ended up in the green square in the bottom left corner somewhere. So the political compass, for anyone who isn't aware of it, I suppose, is sort of like an online test where it will give you a series of propositions, a series of statements. You need to say how much you agree or disagree with them, and then it places you on this what would you call it? Not a chart, not a graph, a map of sorts, maybe. But it's got two axes. One is sort of like left to right wing on economics, and the other is authoritarian to libertarian. Is that the word? Would it be libertarian or I need to have a look at an example of one of these tests here just to be absolutely sure myself. So let me bring up one. Yeah, so authoritarian to libertarian as it's described there. Now, obviously, prefaces here. This is an exercise generally just for fun. We're doing it for our own amusement, and it's probably more about the journey than it is the destination. It's interesting to look at these questions and discuss them. And for me, and for it to get myself thinking about what I actually do think on the different questions that are there. We shouldn't read too much into where it ends up or where the political compass website decides that various candidates and parties are relative to one another. I suppose it's a useful tool in a way. It's one particular lens you can use to look at politics or ideologies, but it's not the be all and end all. It's not a definitive end result of saying, haha, we have done the political compass and now I've solved the mystery of exactly what ideology it is that I follow. But as a little bit of, because I've got myself thinking in the past few weeks in a way, I've got myself thinking about a few things. I've had myself sort of assessing in my own mind how views of mine have changed, say, since I started doing the YouTube channel, and which things have remained the same. Whether or not certain values or positions are things that I've always held and they haven't changed very much, or whether my view of the best way to get to those on the political playing field has changed, or whether just there might be something that I agree or disagree with, but the amount of weight that I give that particular thing versus other things might have shifted as well. And as you know, in sort of like the recent stream I did about Ukraine, I talked about the fact that several years ago, no doubt there were there were certain things that I'd fallen into, which were clearly sort of disinformation, which had obviously shaped somewhat my view of the world and politics as well. And I've even been thinking to myself about how much not just sort of conspiracy theories, because there was no doubt an element of that to some of the stuff I used to believe, but as well what was my proximity to things like the online right or the alt right even. as much as I am and has always been a person who places himself on the left of politics, I've got no doubt that during that time where my views on the bigger picture of things were quite a bit bigger, I think that I was probably a little bit more within the orbit of that thinking as well than I am now. That classic sort of you don't like the social justice warriors telling you what you're allowed to say and what you ought to be thinking, and then that gradually shifts and drags one towards some of those particular characters on the internet who are much more clearly embedded all the way on the other end of the culture war. So yeah, we're gonna have a look at the political compass here. We're gonna answer some of the questions, and we're gonna see where we end up. Right, yes. The final thing I was going to say before we get started. So in all of this, me trying to reassess things, I asked myself the question. I said, okay, then, Swiss, what things can you be certain of? What things can you be certain of about your own views on the world? You might have certain instincts that you believe to be correct. There are certain values you have. Maybe someone will put a proposition in front of you, and you'll say, I don't know. Do you think immigration should be higher, lower, or roughly the same amount, or whatever? And I'd say, well, I think it should be lower. Do you think taxes on the wealthiest people in the country should be higher or lower, about the same? I'd say, I think they should probably be a bit higher. But then when you sort of start to get into that more granular sort of, okay, but what would the particular policies be to achieve that? Are you aware of what all the knock-on effects of those different policies would end up being? How certain are you that the particular course of action that you want in order to get to that thing would be the ideal or the right or wrong thing? And that's where I need to then step back a little bit and go, oh, okay, well, I suppose I'm not certain about those things. I can have instincts about what's right or wrong, but I suppose I'm not certain about those things. So in trying to strip everything back, and I really took a very rigid view on the way that I was going to do. So I thought, okay, what kind of stuff can I really know? And I started off, this is going to sound a little bit ludicrous almost. I started off on that very, very like foundational Descartesian basis of, well, I think, therefore I am. I'm gonna agree that I'm a person that exists in the world. I'm probably not some manifestation of someone else's imagination. I can't disprove the idea that we're living in some sort of a simulation or something. But then again, even if we were, materially, there's not an awful lot I can do about that, and it probably wouldn't affect the way that I'd act in the world that much either. So the first thing to say is, yeah, I can agree that I exist in of myself, and that the world that I exist in is probably indeed the real world. We can have that much at least. Then sort of bringing us a bit closer towards politics again. What else can I say that I've got? Oh no, not politics yet. But the other one, which I'd say that I can feel pretty certain about, is that through the vast majority of my life, I've not believed in the existence of God or a God or a supernatural deity of one kind or another. When I was quite a bit younger, I was very enthralled with sort of like the Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, New Atheism kind of stuff. I think, well, I know that I've definitely mellowed. I've mellowed on my views on that a lot since I was a much younger adult. I've got much more of a sort of a live and let live attitude towards whether people are religious or non-religious, because I've come to realize that I think it's an aspect of humanity that's probably always going to exist, and it's a waste of effort and energy, I think, to try and assert my position in such a forceful way that it would end up being the main thing that I talk about with other people, but for my part, at least, yeah, I very much side with not having seen what I deem to be any credible evidence for the existence of God. So that's number 2, I suppose. Number 1 is that I exist. Number 2 is that I don't think that there's a God. And then the third one, finally, is that I believe that it is better to live within a democratic system as opposed to an authoritarian or totalitarian system. And I've got to accept that. Is it possible there's an element of bias there because that's the world that I've grown up inside of? So naturally, I'm going to think that the like a bit of a, what would you call it? Maybe normalcy bias isn't the right word, but where you're predisposed to agreeing with the things that seem normal to what you've been brought up in. I've been brought up in this particular way of living and this set of values, but a person born several hundred years ago in an entirely different kind of society or system could well have completely different views on what they think is normal or right or wrong, because they've not been exposed to the other ideas or because everything that's around them seems pretty normal. But for me, at least, I can say, well, from everything that I have learned and observed about countries with a different way of doing things and a different structure of who runs the show, I can say that, yeah, I would not like to live in a country where I felt that I could be potentially thrown in prison or murdered for speaking my mind on things or criticizing the people that are in charge. And I think that it's a better thing to live in a society or a country where we agree that people ought to at least have the same kinds of rights and legal protections as one another, and that the people running the country ought to be subject to those same kind of laws and restrictions on behavior as we are. Now, that's the ideal, of course. In practice, you could say that our democracy or other democracies don't always live up to the idealized version of that standard. You can still get corruption in political life. You can still get people with power and wealth not always facing the same consequences for their actions as people with less power or wealth. But nonetheless, you could say that's the ideal that we espouse as being what we're in favor for, and is what, at the very least, a number of the institutions that we have are supposed to try and reinforce and protect those ideas. Again, as opposed to living in a country where it enshrined in the way that country has ran, the autonomy of the individual is not respected. Might makes right, and people can completely ride roughshod over you. So that's my third one there as well. I think to live and participate in a democracy is a good thing. So there we are. That's what we're starting off with in this thought exercise. If I'm stripping away all of the things that I've believed before, and we're going to say that I'm uncertain about them, what are the things that I am certain of? Well, I exist. I don't think God exists, and I think it's good to live in a democracy. And at the very least, I can say that those three things, at the very least, have all been core beliefs or values of mine that have ran the entire way through ever since I've started thinking about things in my life, regardless of party political support or anything else. That those three things, I can say, yeah, they have remained completely consistent. So that's not a bad basis to start off with, I suppose. At least we've got our foundation level in. We've got the basement. Now let's build the house. Let's take a few comments before we get started. So Cameron says, Swiss will be in the dirty trot square. Aviable, hello there, says, man exists as a person. Who would have guessed? Cameron says, what about Woden, Swiss? Is this Woden as in Odin? Is it because was Odin known as Woden in like, is that that's where Wednesday's supposed to come from, isn't it? Wednesday, Woden's Day, something like that. Do I believe in Woden? Not any more or less than I believe in any of the other gods. And Sky Echo 7 says, "Hi, Swiss. Hello there, Sky." Okay, then. So we've had a rather long-winded introduction to all of that, but let's get started. So we're gonna. Oh my god! So one thing that has changed since I last did the political compass test, there's a lot more adverts on the website for the political compass test than there used to be years back. I'm getting inundated with them. Okay, then. And the thing that I'll say as well, finally, before we get started, is that I'm going to try and I may fail at this. It may be a thing that's very hard to do in practice, but I'm going to try and answer the questions purely on the basis of the statement that is proposed to me, whether I agree or disagree with that statement. I'm going to try not to think. This is the thing I say. I'm going to try not to think too much about what pre-existing worldviews are tied to those particular statements, but that might be an impossible thing to separate myself from in practice. But that's what I'm going to attempt to do with this, at least. Okay, then. So, and by all means, you guys that are watching live, I'm more than happy to hear what you guys think in the chat of these statements, what you would end up saying, and indeed. Sky Echo 7 says, is there a different chat? Is there a different chat? I don't think so. This is the only chat we've got here. I'd like to see what you guys in the chat say about these things as well. And obviously you can go and do the tests yourself. All right then. So again, well, let's try and clear our mind here of all pre-existing viewpoints, which I know is impossible, but nonetheless. All right. So let me just move this around. Can you I'm just trying to figure out on my the real estate on my screen here. Oh, Sky Echo 7 says I can't see anyone else in here. Interesting. Well, Sky, the three most recent comments are from you. So is it possible that you joined and it's just not displayed the comments that were here before you were here? Because I can Aviables just commented now and said you can't quick make fun of him, lol. So can you see the other comments now, Sky? Very strange if you are in isolated views of the chat from one another here. Okay, so let's get started with the first one here. Sky. Oh, Cameron Hickman says I can't see Sky Echo. Josh T says you can change filters to all comments. Often YouTube comments mess up on top comments versus all comments, and that causes issues. Oh my god! Oh, I'm getting bogged down in the weeds here. Then I'll have to leave it for you lot in the chat to sort out what your settings are and what you can do, because I've not deliberately interfered with anything like that. But even if some of you can't read each other's comments, I can I'll be reading your comments, but just for some proof here's our variety of people that are in the chat at the moment from what I can see. So yeah, we've got quite a few of you here, even if for some strange reason you can't all see each other. Okay then, let's get started. So question number 1. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. Okay. So first part of this, I suppose, that is important is the premise. If economic globalization is inevitable, because obviously, seen a pushback towards globalization a bit within recent years, but we'll take the question as it is premised. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. I think I would agree with that. Yeah, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. To me, that seems to be that ultimately the effects of globalization ought to be for the benefits of everyone, rather than just purely the business interests of the people that are participating in it. Obviously, it uses the word primarily there, so I think I think I'm happy with my interpretation of that statement there. Josh T says, I think transnational corporations are way more important than humanity. I think possibly slightly tongue in cheek there. Some of you can, some of you can see. Oh, I'm not going to get pulled into who can see each other in the chat anymore. Okay, then. So, if economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. To that, I am going to say agree. Question number 2. I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. Okay. Now, I would instinctively, I would say obviously not. I would say that I would not support, for example, something that my country or the government of my country was doing that I believed to be wrong, just because it was my country or my country's government. Because fundamentally, if I believe that thing to be wrong, I don't know. Let's take a total hypothetical here, but let's say that Keir Starmer decides, you know what? I think we're going to invade Ireland. I think we're going to invade Ireland and bring the whole island of Ireland into the fold with the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. And that's my new policy. And I think it would, and he says it would be good for our economy to have all those Irish businesses and industries in there and blah, blah, blah. You know, would I support my country in that endeavor, even though I thought it was wrong? No, I wouldn't. And I'd assume as well that, you know, again, in this hypothetical, that would require some military action. It would require the sending, not that we've got a particularly big military at this point in time, but again, hypothetical. It would involve military action. It would involve sending our army and soldiers over there. There would be British men and women potentially who could be in harm's way as a result of it. And I guess then I would be asked to say, well, I should be. It feels a little bit like sort of like the George Bush era, you know, patriotism to go into Iraq kind of thing. But you know, would it be requested of me to say that I ought to support them in what they are doing, even if I think that it's wrong? And I think in that situation, I'd say, well, I mean, I obviously wouldn't wish harm on any of my fellow countrymen. So it would be a tricky proposition in a way, because it would be like, well, okay, do you want them to succeed or do you want them to fail? And the answer would be, well, I don't want them to be doing it in the first place, to be totally honest with you. But I think, again, if this sort of thing was going to happen, then I think my role within that would be to, I'd imagine that I'd be here on this YouTube channel. I'd probably go off to protests or whatever as well. And I'd say, no, I do not think that the United Kingdom should be invading Ireland. It's not right for us to do that. They've got a right to be their own country. I don't think there's a good justification for us doing it. I think our country is totally wrong in this. And I can't really see any likelihood of anyone winning me round to the idea of going, no, you should stick with us just because we are quote unquote your side. I think that, you know, as far as the larger units that we all exist within of being a nation state goes, it's all of our jobs to say what we think and say what we see and say whether we agree or disagree with what we're doing, and then propose different courses of action if we do disagree. So I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. I think I'm going to go strongly disagree on this one. Okay. Claire Aviable says Island of Ireland. Claire King says, I also support the UK not invading Ireland. Well, there we are, guys. There we are. Look, if we're trying to work out some propositions here of what the new foundation of my worldview is, and we've established that I like democracy, and I think there's a better chance that I exist than God does. We'll add to that, the UK should not invade Ireland. There we go. We're slowly building up a philosophy here, aren't we? Our next question. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. Now this is one that I think I probably have shifted on quite a bit since I was much younger. I think that I'm almost certain that a long time before I even did this YouTube channel, back when I was a teenager, and I don't know what you would have described my worldview at the time as being in terms of like various ideologies or isms. All I can say is that I was probably very anti-establishment, left-wing, anti-capitalist. Maybe I don't necessarily want to go far as saying anti-West, because I certainly didn't like what other countries had on offer either. I think it was in a sort of it more in a Noam Chomsky kind of vein, maybe, of kind of going, I like the values that our countries espouse, but I don't think that we always live up to them. But I think back then as well, I was much more against the ideas of it felt like it didn't really have much of a tie into any meaningful reality to me. The idea of aligning part of your identity or something like that with a country, which I have changed on, because I think that it's it's a part of reality as it exists, that we are born into these countries, or as I say, like a nation state seems to be the unit by which we are sort of organized on the largest kind of scale of seeing that we've got things in common with one another. And I think certainly, say if we go back to the previous question where we say I'd always support my country whether it was right or wrong, and obviously I strongly disagreed, and I said no, I would oppose my country if I thought that it was wrong. It goes to reason that if I thought that my country was doing good things, and that I thought that they were doing the right thing, then I would feel proud of that, because I would be pleased that we were doing the right thing and the good thing, as opposed to the wrong thing. So it makes sense to have, for example, just to bring a real world example into it. Obviously, with everything that's happening at the moment with Ukraine, and I'm a strong supporter of them in the face of Russia invading them. Recently, I think I heard that Keir Starmer was announcing a new package of aid and support and other such things to them, against the backdrop of these Trump-Putin negotiations, and that had me feeling a little bit of pride, actually. Yeah, and it's not often I get that from Keir Starmer. It really isn't. But that had me going, oh, yeah, good. I'm pleased we're doing that. That makes me feel good. That makes me feel good to be associated with my country and the leadership of my country, because I believe that we are acting in a good way. And indeed, the same thing would go, I suppose, if like England wins the World Cup. I wouldn't feel pride for myself. I've not taken any part in that victory, but I definitely feel a part of that kind of feel-good factor of going, hey, look, our team, we did it. We don't have to bang on about 1966 anymore. We've got a more recent victory to rely on there. So no, I can, yes, I don't think it's I don't think it's foolish to be proud of the country you're in just because of this idea that, oh well, we don't choose what country we're born into, so it's completely arbitrary. I suppose if you follow that argument, you could say, okay, then Swiss. Well, if you weren't born in England and instead you were born in Spain, you would probably feel a degree of pride in being Spanish. So is it not just a totally arbitrary thing then, that wherever you're born, you're going to feel a sense of pride or a sense of similarity in the place that you're in? And then I'd say, well, yeah, but I think kind of that's the nature of it, isn't it? That seems to be what defines feeling a sense of connection with where you're from, with people around you that are similar to you, either culturally or in their overall outlook, or to feel that you are part of, again, like the same. You could put it down to a smaller scale and say, okay, well, what town or city were you born in? Will you feel a connection to that town or city as opposed to one of the other ones that you could have grown up in? And is that not arbitrary depending on where you were? But then again, I think that it doesn't necessarily mean that to have been born or brought up in a certain place means that you're always going to come to the natural conclusion that you're proud or want to be associated with it. I don't know. It's a tricky one. I mean, I think that there are people who could be born into, I don't know, North Korea, say, and I'm not an expert on this, but say if you're born in North Korea and you're one of these people that runs away, they flee in a boat or over the border or whatever, they flee North Korea to the south. They're probably not going to be proud of North Korea per se, because they're going to think that it's a bad version of what Korea could be. But then again, if you were to ask them more broadly, are you proud to be a Korean? Are you happy to be from Korea? Do you feel a sense of association with Korea, even if you didn't like that particular version of it that you were in? Then I could imagine enough of them would still say, yes, I still feel that sense of identity with Koreans. I suppose the point being, I suppose, you can feel both pride and shame in relation to the country that you're in, can't you? I can feel shame about things that our country did in relation to the Iraq War, but I can feel pride in our country supporting Ukraine when Russia's invading it. So those two things can perfectly coexist with one another. That you can have those different feelings depending on what the situation is. But I suppose I don't know whether the question's trying to get to the heart of, is it something that's conditional or contextual on what particular thing you're talking about, or is it a more sort of innate thing to say, no, I am proud to be British because I am British, and because I'm from here, I should believe we are the best country in the world and the best culture and all the rest of it. So whether or not I'm thinking about that question in the terms that it's trying to pose itself, I don't know. I'll read a few comments from you before we go any further on this one. Aviable says, even their children hold their native birthplace with high regard without oh no, sorry. Aviable said, it's interesting. You see it today that people immigrate to different countries but still praise the country they were born in. Even their children hold their native birthplace in high regard without even living in said country. It's funny. One example I think about that with actually is the Americans, and because America's very, unless you're like a Native American, America's largely a country of immigrants or people descended from immigrants at some stage in the last 200, 300, 400 years or whatever. And there's a load of people in America that really identify in part with, say, their Irish heritage, that, you know, they will have a grandparent or a great grandparent or whatever that came from Ireland, and that's part of their identity, that they are an Irish American, even if perhaps they've never been to the country of Ireland. And maybe they've never even, maybe they're not even that close friends with or speak to people who are Irish people born in Ireland, but nonetheless, it's a part of their identity to be Irish Americans and to have the roots, the roots of that in the fact that they are in America and they are Americans, but at one point in time they came from Ireland, and that was the motherland for them. So that's an intro. I mean, you know, Joe Biden always banged on about him being Irish, didn't he? Let me do a few more of these. Cameron says, "Aren't you a proud citizen of Sealand?" I didn't even know if Sealand was still a thing or not. Like, whether there's still people living there, or whether or not it'd been whether or not it'd been abandoned. Claire says, "I've always been proud of things I have done. Have I done anything for my home country? Has anyone common done anything?" And also said, "Gosh, don't bring up 1966. Josh T says, "I interpreted the question as asking if it's foolish to be proud of it, no matter what it does." Oh, yeah, well, that is a different interpretation, isn't it? I mean, in this question, you know, I'd always support my country, whether it was right or wrong. That's pretty clear cut. But this one, no one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. My interpretation of that is to say that because it's seemingly arbitrary from your own perspective what bit of the planet you happened to have been born in, therefore it's foolish to have pride in the place that you're from. But based on that premise of you don't choose the country that you're born in. So I think my answer to the question, as I'm interpreting that premise, to say that because you don't choose where you're born, it's foolish to be proud of where you're from. I would disagree with that. I would say that it's not foolish to be proud of where you're from. It would be foolish, I think, to be blindly loyal to every decision made from the country that you're in, or to believe that just because you're where you're from, you're automatically, you know, the best in the world at everything, and you've got nothing to learn from anyone from any other places, or that because of where you're from, that gives you some supreme right to feel that you're better than anybody else, or God, you know, we've seen enough ideologies in the world before of saying, oh yes, because I belong to this certain country or this certain race or whatever, that therefore gives me the right to do whatever the fuck I want to anyone else because they're inferior by the nature of the fact that they're not me. So I think taken to its extremes, that kind of feeling can cause a lot of problems, no doubt. But my interpretation of it, as I say, is just that if the premise seems to think that the premise says, oh well, it's arbitrary where you're born, so it's silly to be proud of where you are. I disagree with that. I think that pride has to be earned. It shouldn't come automatically. But there's nothing wrong with being proud of where you're from. In fact, I think there's probably quite a few good reasons for it as well. Let me take a few more of these here. These questions. There is something or someone that chooses the country of birth. That's the amazing part. Well, I mean, obviously, your parents determine your country of birth, don't you? Don't they? But you personally don't get a say in that. By the time you come into existence, you've already been born. Claire says, I'm from Oldham. Being proud of being an Oldhamer is weird, but it would be proud of being from a rubbish dump. See, that's an interesting one for me as well, because I describe myself as being from Essex, right? That's the part of the country that I was born in. And that's the part of the country where I spent most of my childhood growing up in, with the exception of a couple of years living in the northeast. However, I don't really feel a particular affinity to Essex. There's a familiarity to it because that's where I grew up, but I think partly neither of my parents were from Essex. I don't have family roots in Essex. My dad was from the Midlands, my mum was from the Northeast. They met each other in Hong Kong before moving back to England, and my mum got a job in London, and I was born in a commuter town in Essex. So I've got a familiarity with Essex, but likewise, in lots of the other places that I've lived in the country, in the Midlands, in Stoke-on-Trent, in the northeast here in Whitley Bay, I'd describe myself as having quite an affinity to some of these places as well. So I don't think I've got maybe that's an interesting one. I think I do feel more connected to the idea of being a British person in Britain, in my country, than I do as being a southerner or a person from Essex. I've got a much looser feeling of kinship there than I do on the sort of the broader scale of being part of this country. Then again, though, as another counterpoint, in my place of work, obviously most of the people where I work are from the part of the country I live in now, the northeast, but there is one person I got on very well with who is also from the south. And I think there was almost an element of going, oh, they've got a similar accent to me. I think there are maybe similar slight, and it is quite subtle, but there are slight cultural differences between different parts of the country, different vocabulary that people use, different meals that they like eating, slightly different attitudes towards things, that does happen. So maybe there was a good chance that I instantly became quite good friends with them because there was that sense of familiarity and that sense of reminding me of what it was like growing up in the part of the country that I did. So there's still an element of that at play there as well. But I don't know. I could tell you things that I'm proud of that England does, or that the United Kingdom does, or that Britain does, depending how we want to dice that one. I guess I'd find it trickier to give you examples of that about Essex specifically. And don't get me wrong, I'm not by any means shitting on Essex. There's enough of that gets done. But yeah. Right, let's take a few more of these comments here. Josh T says some of these questions are worded a bit vaguely, so there's multiple interpretations. There's a new quiz called Vote Compass UK that might be a good idea for after this one or another stream. Thank you, Josh. I accept that this is not a, there are absolutely holes that we can pick in the political compass test, and you're absolutely right that it sometimes forces you to answer it without nuance, or that you will have to put your own interpretation on the question as well. But hey, we're doing a fun internet quiz. Sky Echo 7 says people, not place. Bubblevis says, so Swiss, his parents determined that he was born in England and not Nigeria. Makes no sense. What? So Swiss, his parents determined that he was born in England and not Nigeria. What am I not following in what you've said there, Bubblevis? Are you trying to imply that I was secretly born in Nigeria, but then as a very young infant, I was shipped over to Essex, so I don't even realize that I'm actually Nigerian? No, there's too many rabbit holes for going down in that one. Cameron says you mix the South and you mix the North and it comes out as Swiss. And Skyhawker 7 says tribe of like-minded people and familiarity of place equals comfort zone. Okay, next question. Oh, this isn't a controversial one at all. Our race. We're off to a good start, aren't we? Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. Oh boy. Well, I'd said to you guys just a little bit earlier on that when taken to your extreme um, of identifying with a particular facet of your identity being a race or a nationality or a religion or whatever, that can lead to trouble in the end. If you end up going, oh yeah, there's a line, I suppose, between having affinity with something or having pride in something, or then having a sense of superiority because of something, and then maybe that sense of superiority leading to bad places where you think it gives you a natural right over other people. And again, I'm very hyperly predisposed to examples in history of where people who've identified with their race perhaps a little bit too much have done some pretty awful things in the name of that. So that's worth saying from the very off. Whether or not there are superior qualities compared with other races. I mean, I think I'm trying to think of what let's do a thought experiment. Let's take 10 babies, all from different countries around the world, different continents around the world as well. A real variety of all the different colors and shapes and sizes that humanity comes in. And they're like a control group or something. Actually, you need a much bigger pool of people to run a test like that, really. But you take examples of people from all these different countries, and as much as you can, allowing for differences that could crop up. You try and go right, measurably, what are the differences between these people? What things can people do better or worse than others on the basis of where they're from or what their race is? And I think that I think that like white people are generally speaking better at tolerating lactose. At some point in our history, we obviously became more dependent on drinking milk from animals than other people. I think I'm not super well read on that, but I think that's a rough idea. So you could say maybe that someone like me is superior at being able to drink and digest milk without having an upset stomach than someone from another part of the world. Sure. Is it the case that in certain sports like sprinting and stuff like that people from certain parts of Africa are generally speaking better at that kind of thing than other people are? Although I think there are certain sports where you tend to get tendencies towards certain races being better at those sports than others, maybe down to physical differences of the average build of a person from this part of the world versus the average build of a person from that part of the world might be better disposed to certain kinds of physical activity. I believe there's a basis for that. I don't, for example, I don't think it's a negative stereotype to say, for example, like basketball in America, most basketball players tend to be black. Therefore, perhaps one could assume that black people produce better basketball players than white people do overall. And that probably ties into some of their physical attributes, maybe. So I think you could definitely say that there are differences between people, and there are advantages due to those differences. people that people that live in high altitude environments have adapted over time to breathing in air with thinner oxygen. Their bodies generationally have adapted to that. That they are much better at surviving in those altitudes than someone from a much lower altitude would. That I could go and try and climb some mountain somewhere, and I'd get lightheaded a lot quicker than a local whose family or culture has been there for much longer amounts of times. So trying to look at it in that sense, I think that you can say that depending on what race you are, or what part of the world you're from, or how the human body has adapted to the environment of where you and your ancestors grew up, there might be certain advantages that you have over other people because of the way that that environment has shaped you. That is reasonable enough to me, and I think hopefully we're not falling down into a pit of Hitler just yet. But the premise of the question, our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. In that sense, I feel like the question is trying to force me into a judgment call to suggest that my race is innately better than other races. That's where I think it's trying to lead me towards. Josh here in the chat says the key word in that question is many. You can think of a couple things like drinking milk, but it's not enough, in my opinion. No, I think you're absolutely right, and I wanted to offer up some examples to say that I'm not completely rejecting every basis of the question there, because I think you can point to differences in people based on the environment of their ancestors and how people have adapted. But no, the way that the question is worded, I think it's trying to tend me towards the idea of saying that my particular race, i.e., I don't know, a Caucasian white person or whatever, I've got that many superior qualities compared to other races that actually it makes me superior. And I'd say to that, I'd say no, because it would depend on the environment. It would depend on the tasks that you've got to do. It would depend on what exactly your life or environment is asking of you, whether you're superiorly or better suited to those things or not. And Apollo TD says maybe a better question would be some cultures perform worse at some things and better at some things than other cultures, perhaps. Although that said, I don't know what the distinction here that we're trying to draw between race and culture is, because obviously they're not quite one in the same thing, are they? But I'm going to this one. I'm going to say disagree. I'm going to say that as much as I accept that there are differences in races shaped by environment and suitability to certain things, I don't believe that my race has many superior qualities compared to other races in a way that's going to lead me to think that specifically because of where I've been born, the color of my skin, that makes me better than somebody else. As you can tell, I do have a predisposition towards not wanting to endorse theories of yes, no, I'm not going there. I've already said Hitler. You know what I mean. Let me take a few more of these. But would your learned experience be superior if you're not in your natural usual environment? Would your learned experience be superior? I mean, let's take it back to the example about altitude, for example, right? Oh, I don't know actually. The problem is I'm not knowledgeable enough on this to be able to say what I think is right or wrong about it, because I was like I said to you that you know, people and cultures from much higher altitudes are more naturally suited to living in places where the oxygen is thinner. They're better at getting more out of the air basically than other people are. That's my understanding of it. But say you were to take a baby born in a low altitude place with ancestors born in low altitude places and then raise them on that mountain, would, by the time they came to adulthood, would they still be noticeably worse, less adept to that environment than the locals are? Because I guess there's a nature nurture maybe isn't quite the right phrase, but I think that their body just during the time that they're there for 15, 20 years as they're growing up would no doubt adapt to that environment somewhat, compared to say a 20-year-old plucked from a lower altitude place and then put on the side of that mountain as well. I think that the person who, even if their ancestors weren't from there, at the age when they were an infant, if they'd been put there and they'd grown up for 20 odd years, they would probably have gained some advantages in being in that environment. Their body probably would have adjusted to it in some way. Again, me admitting that I'm not a human biologist, I'm not an expert on these things. But then again, I suppose it might not just be that aspect of it in terms of suitability to the environment. It might be, well, if you've grown up amongst all the people that live there, there might be knowledge that you've been able to gain from them. If we're talking about lived experience here, there might be a knowledge that you've been able to gain from them about how best you can live in that environment that a person not from there wouldn't have any idea about. Being able to look out for the signs of landslides on the side of the mountain, or to have a good idea of what vegetation's the right or the wrong thing to eat, or to be able to predict how the weather might be about to turn depending on the cloud formations you see around. It's stuff like that. There's going to be cultural knowledge that you get from being there that you wouldn't have if you were just dropped there from completely outside of it. But anyway, interesting thing to discuss. But no, I've given my answer to that one already. What's our next one here? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Oh, all right. Well, again, this is a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, the statement, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as far as you commonly hear it being used, is to suggest that if you and another person that aren't necessarily aligned on much could still have a common goal in being opposed to something else, right? I don't know. World War II, Churchill's Britain and Stalin's Soviet Union were clearly not the best of friends or ideologically bedfellows, but for a period of time, they had a common foe in Adolf Hitler. So they worked together somewhat in order to defeat Hitler. That's a fact of history, that's a thing that happened. Now maybe you can debate whether that was the right or the wrong thing, sure, but ultimately that is what happened. That's the way that things were. And we can probably say that if it hadn't been for the fact that at one point in time the Soviets were also fighting against Hitler, we probably would have had a much harder time against Nazi Germany ourselves. So the edit, but that didn't make them our friend, though, did it? It didn't make them our friend. It made them a temporary ally of circumstance, really, didn't it? Josh T says the question depends on what you mean by friend. Indeed. Yeah, you were just. I've been watching a few different things online, and I'd seen a few clips of Jordan Peterson, and I've forgotten the other guy's name, but like an atheist debater, and they were in conversation with each other, and just when you said the question depends what you mean by friend, it made me think of Peterson straight away. We go, well, it depends what you... I can't do the voice. I used to be able to do the voice really well. It seems to be gone. Well, it depends what you mean by friend. Yeah, no. Just because somebody else is the enemy of my enemy, that does not mean that they're my friend. You know, again, we'll go for a wild example here. But say I don't know. Say there's a Islamist terrorist. I don't know, someone from ISIS or whatever rump still exists of ISIS these days, and say that they're going to be a suicide bomber or something, right? And uh, and the many targets that they have with their ideology and worldview, one of them just so happens to be that they want to assassinate Vladimir Putin, say. I don't know. Come up with whatever reasons you like. This is a total hypothetical, but that's what we're going to say. We're going to say that someone with an extreme religious ideology views Vladimir Putin, amongst many others, including myself and my country, as their enemy, and they ought to be eliminated. And then they go and strap themselves with a big suicide bomb and run into the Kremlin and blow up Vladimir Putin. Does that make them my friend? Just because they've taken out an enemy, does that then make them my friend or people of their worldview my friend? Well, the answer to that would be no, obviously not. So it's a trick. I really wish on some of these questions it would allow you for sort of like a middle option between agree and disagree, like a don't know or a neutral. But then again, I'd probably be too inclined to pick that for too many of the questions. Because I think absolutely, you can find unlikely bedfellows and alliances and people with very differing views or allegiances coming together against a common foe. That happens plenty. And I've found myself quoting that idea plenty of times before. Oh, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Usually a little bit tongue in cheek, mind you. But in the cold light of day, the way that I need to look at this, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I guess I'd say no, not always, not de facto, not in and of itself. Does them being an enemy of my enemy make them my friend? So I guess on that one I'll say disagree. But probably if the option was available, I'd go for some kind of a middle between the two there. Grave Peril says 2 drug cartels can be enemies, but I don't have to like them. And Storm says, "Hi Swiss, didn't know you were streaming, so I'll watch this back in full later." Okay, no worries, Storm. There we are. But again, see, this is what I'm enjoying about this. At the very least, we're trying to think. These questions are making me think. They're making me talk through them and try and go, okay, well, what are my processes for trying to think about this stuff? We're getting into the weeds, aren't we? Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. Well, this is especially tricky since I've been talking up the value of the rules-based order so much recently in the past week or so. Sky Echo 7 says, "Who's this questionnaire? And what is it for, Swiss?" This is called the Political Compass Test, Sky. Politicalcompass.org, or just Google political compass and you'll be able to find it yourself. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. I'm finding that to be a really tricky one for me. I suppose partly you need to ask, okay, then is international law the ultimate arbiter of right and wrong? Is it possible to believe that something is the right thing to do without it being in line with international law? And instantly my mind is thinking towards like the Iraq War, obvious example. Where in comparison to say like the Gulf War, there wasn't that same level of international support to go into Iraq to get rid of Saddam, and it was done on a faulty premise, and an awful lot of bad things came out of that. But then at the same time, also Saddam himself was an evil man who was doing bad things to the people of his country as well. But then you could look at the state of things and the fact that Saddam, having evacuated the chessboard, allowed the room for something like ISIS to end up coming in. I'm really struggling with this one. I'm really struggling with this one because a lot of my basis for deciding whether things are right or wrong internationally does have quite a strong foundation in international law, or at least the idea of sovereign states. And you could say, well, what about intervening to stop a genocide or something? But then the thing is, as far as international law is concerned, that there are provisions that it's a legitimate thing to do to intervene to stop something like that from happening. Skyco7 says international law has been universally agreed. Grave Peril says, so do you believe all laws are correct? Yeah. This is, you guys proposed the two sides of the arguments incredibly well here. And I think the thing is, I'm a pretty strong believer in the setup of the world as it's been made post sort of World War II. International law, Geneva Convention, United Nations, that kind of thing. I'm in favor of that. But then Grave Peril says, do you believe all laws are correct? Is it possible that the text of a law or something could not actually serve the purpose of the situation or the context that you're looking at? Slightly different matter, but say like the small boat crossings and people seeking asylum, and evidently there's a very fair proportion of the people who are traveling in those boats who are not coming from an immediately threatening situation to them. Indeed, they must have been able to put at least a bit of money together to pay the people smugglers to get here in the first place. Now, by the way, that's not me trying to say that there are not people who are trying to make it into this country to claim asylum who don't have very good grounds to do so. That's certainly also the case. But as far as that set of laws goes, about once you arrive in a particular country, and it doesn't even have to be the first safe country you arrive in, it can be any country, but once you arrive in that country and then you request asylum, international law says you have a you have a right to be there until that request is processed, and yada yada yada. Obviously, that pre-existing set of rules and laws may have been quite sensible and pragmatic at the time that it was brought up, at the time that it was put into place, but there obviously seems to be an element of that is not working in the current context we have now. Something seems to be very wrong with the way that is being applied, a loophole almost, to then say that there can be such a vast amount of entries into the country for people to then try and claim asylum, where they're not really meeting that criteria of what would grant a person asylum. Now, of course, this question pertains to military action, and my example that I brought up there, I don't think really involved military action there. But I was trying to come up with a thing of saying, okay, can I think of an example where international law as it is set, and as we say we ought to observe it, isn't necessarily fit for purpose or leading to the right outcomes. Sky Echo 7 says, don't agree with all laws, but in this context, human rights, yes. All right, then, let's do another hypothetical here. And it's a somewhat extreme hypothetical, but nonetheless, let's say that these small boat crossings from France, it wasn't just, a handful of dinghies every few days or so, but it was the equivalent of some kind of an armada. Say it was like, I don't know, 100, 200, 300, 400 boats all traveling over at the same time, all arriving in unison with one another. But it was maybe, tens of thousands or more people arriving every single day. And at that point, the sheer logistics of that situation would probably have to involve the use of our country's military just to facilitate managing it. Maybe at that point, rather than having everyone brought over and processing their asylum claims somewhere, maybe at that point, because of the sheer volume of people, and again, total hypothetical, military action to, and I don't mean shooting or blowing up the boats, by the way. That's not what I'm suggesting. But deliberately using the military to try and turn the boats around, or to take the people and put them back on the bit of land that they'd launched from, or whatever, in response to a really, really extreme example there. Would that be justified, even though it would still be against the international law of claiming asylum? And in that situation, I'd say yes, it absolutely would be. Now, of course, I've invented a rather extreme hypothetical there, but that definitely then, at the very least, I can say that there are certain circumstances where it would have to apply, that you could override some international laws. Josh T says, what if international law was changed by Trump and Putin working together? Well, that raises another very interesting question, isn't it? That there are certain, international institutions and that therefore sort of countries sign up to and abide by, and others say that they don't have anything to do with, like the International Criminal Court, for example, as well. All right then. So I suppose then, as strong a stronger believer as I am in having an international framework that countries ought to abide by with one another, in order to coexist fairly peacefully and to promote the same kinds of rights for people all around the world. I don't think you can allow a total rigidity there, that means that every word and letter of whatever laws are laid down has to or should be followed in all contexts, if it's seen that actually that's not the right thing. Now, the problem is, it almost feels to me as if that in conceding that point, then you can get, a big country invades a little country, which is clearly against international law, and they go, oh, well, if you're allowed to ignore it, then what's the issue? and I could point to what a number of the issues are. So I guess what I'd end up saying is, well, it depends on the issue, doesn't it? It depends on the context. It would still depend on whether we believe the thing to be the right thing or the wrong thing. Really tricky, really tricky. I don't feel that I've got a coherent answer to this. Certainly not something that I could sum up in a single sentence or two. I feel that it's a lot more complicated for my part. I'm going to tentatively say agree. Sometimes justified. Could there be certain circumstances where it is justified? I suppose there could, yeah. But I am very, very guarded against, in general, dispensing of the idea of having international laws that we all sign up to and agree to abide by with one another. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I'm not really sure what the question's trying to drive at there, really. It'd be easier if it came with examples, almost. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. Okay, so for the first thing, what it's trying to suggest is that whatever it's referring to is a relatively recent thing. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment, to suggest that there hadn't been to the same degree or in the same way previously. Okay. Not really citing examples, but I guess I don't know. I really don't know what kind of a realm it's, that we should be looking at here. Are we supposed to be looking at like news programs, reality TV, documentaries? Josh T says GB News is an example. Well, let's take GB News as an example then. What about GB News do you think is a worrying fusion of information and entertainment? Because I could certainly say that I don't think that having news networks with a really distinct political bias is necessarily a good thing. Okay. But whether or not I'd identify that problem as being a fusion of information and entertainment, I'm not sure if that's the way that I'd define it per se. John Cooper says GB News is the UK equivalent of Fox News. Balvis says they disagree. Drew says emotive rants and dog whistles versus strict reporting. Yeah, I don't see political bias or even misinformation as necessarily being entertainment per se. I'm not. Maybe I'm not really grasping what this question's attempting to get at here. I could talk about certain forms of entertainment being very dumbed down, which I don't like. I could talk about certain kinds of information as being very one-sided or false, which I don't like. But I'm struggling to see what I would think of as a clear example of a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. I suppose you could say whether a certain form of entertainment was a form of propaganda, maybe, like a film or something that's made with a very clear message that it's trying to push. Because that would be a fusion of information and entertainment, wouldn't it? You know, films, movies are meant to entertain. That's why we watch them. But I guess I could identify a worrying fusion of information and entertainment in that if it was clearly sort of a propaganda film that was attempting to sort of villainize certain people or something. But then again, would I say that there is now a worrying fusion of it that I'm especially more concerned about it than I would have been before? Maybe it's trying to talk about how populism does fake news with entertaining videos and social media. Maybe Elon Musk is an example of the question. The thing is, and I absolutely take your point, John, in that that's a way that you could try and apply this question to something contemporary. But the questions that this test offers, I think, are actually fairly unchanged from when I first started doing this test, maybe as many as sort of a decade and a half ago. And some of these things we're talking about weren't really present at the time that these questions were formed. So it might not have been that they formed these questions with those things in mind. Lee Hallam says, it's hardly new, is it, that we've always had films with a message? And Bubblevis says, agreed, Lee Hallam. I think for this one, then, I'm going to say disagree. Notwithstanding what I've already said to you guys about concerns about the way that information is offered to people and whether it's false, inaccurate, or biased, or indeed whether certain forms of entertainment are very dumbed down for people and all the rest of it. I personally am not seeing a clear and new worrying fusion of those things, not in the way that I would define them. Although maybe, playing devil's advocate to myself here, what about something like TikTok? TikTok is a platform meant for entertainment, isn't it? You know, people do their little dance videos, people do all kinds of stuff. I've seen all sorts of stuff coming off of TikTok. But no doubt TikTok is very clearly a tool for people spreading certain political viewpoints, and indeed can spread around misinformation incredibly quickly as well. So is TikTok a worrying fusion of information and entertainment? Well, yeah, maybe it is actually. Maybe it's not a particular thing on TikTok that's a fusion between the two, but maybe you could say that the platform TikTok, the existence of the social media platform TikTok, that is a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. Yeah, maybe I could come around to that kind of a view, possibly. Tricky one. Again, there are too many of these questions that I wish there was just a middle option, so I could go and be Captain Swiss. Lee Hallam says, "Is that any different to YouTube?" That's a fair question, Lee, because certainly on YouTube you have the same kinds of things side by side with one another as well, don't you? Providing different kinds of content on YouTube. I suppose what would I say is the difference then between TikTok and YouTube? I'd say that it's the short form nature of TikTok. It's how short all the clips are. How many things you can end up consuming within a very short amount of time. Is that right? Is that a good criticism to put of it? I don't know. I think there's something. I mean, I can't, you know, I can't exactly put my finger on it here. But I think there's definitely something about TikTok that is a much better platform at spreading ideas around to people, and seems to be much more effective at doing that to people than YouTube is. Certainly, if you're thinking of like modern day political campaigners, TikTok is where all the action's at. yes, they've got a presence on YouTube. Yes, they'll put some stuff up onto YouTube. But all the conversations you hear about these days are the ground game on TikTok. Which political parties are most effective on TikTok? Because that's where all the eyeballs are. Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. I don't know about this one. I'm gonna stick with my initial answer of disagree. But I'm not sold on it either way, to be honest. If given the choice, I'd go for a middle ground option on this one. All right, then. Next question. Now the economy. We are talking about attitudes here, not the FTSE index. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. Oh, ooh. All right then. So we're looking at. I suppose in part we're looking at is. Cameron's done an interesting comment here. Is Captain Swiss a worrying fusion of information and entertainment? Well, I mean, no doubt. I think I am a fusion of entertainment. Entertainment. There's a new phrase to be coined. I am a fusion of information and entertainment. Primarily I'm here discussing news and politics and reporting on things that I hear about. But at the same time, it's it's not dry. It's not like a BBC news anchor telling you about things. I'm here to have a bit of fun and throw in some jokes and all the rest of it. And you can have a video one day where I'm talking about the Ukraine war, and a video the next day where I'm playing some Minecraft for a bit. So I suppose Captain Swiss is a fusion of information and entertainment. Sure. Am I a worrying fusion of information and entertainment? Well, maybe it's a little bit biased of me to say so. I would like to think I'm not. But perhaps that's for other people to decide. Okay. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. It's sort of like a socialism versus nationalism argument here, really, isn't it? What does a person have more in common with? I suppose is the question. Do I have more in common with a billionaire from this country, or do I have more in common with a person from the same socio-economic bracket as me from another country? I guess it very much depends on what your ideological lens is, isn't it? Sort of a socialist or a class solidarity minded person would say, well, yes, what you have in common with one another is that you are disadvantaged versus the people with the most money and the most power, and it's the job of you guys, in a sense of solidarity, to come together with one another in order to try and redress that balance. Whereas someone with a more nationalistic outlook would say, well, you come from a country with a, a, a common culture, a relatively common set of values, that you will have things in common with people because you speak the same language and you've been brought up in the same kind of a context. Whereas you and a person from another country, it would be more difficult to find things that you've got in common with each other, because of cultural differences or because of language barriers. And of course, at a fundamental level, we are all human beings. That's about the most obvious statement I've made since I said I think, therefore I am at the start of the stream. But yeah, at a fundamental level, we're all human beings, and as I say, regardless of cultural differences, I suppose I think you could pluck a newborn baby from two completely different countries in the world and raise those children together, and whatever differences you've got there would erode. But then again, when we talk about nationality, I think nationality, it's not just a word on a birth certificate. It probably also involves very much the where you're brought up and that kind of thing. Josh T says, do you have more in common with the working class of another country or a CEO of a business? Depends on the context, but I'd say class is more divisive. It's I find this I find this a very difficult one because it's trying to force me into making a judgment to put me down on clearly sort of one camp or another, to say either I ought to have more solidarity with a class or more solidarity with a nationality. And actually, I don't think either of those things are a primary lens that I want to look at things through, in particular. I mean, Josh says, do I have more in common with the working class of another country or the CEO of a business? Well, perhaps I could go to another country. I don't know, spin the globe, throw a dart. Uruguay, purely random choice there. Well, for starters, I don't speak the same language as a person from Uruguay. So straight off the bat, I'm going to come into a few issues there with having things in common with them, like our ability to communicate. Now, yes, I suppose these days you do have apps that you can speak into and have a back and forth where the little robot voice translates for you. But I think a language barrier is a pretty big barrier. I don't think we can dispute that. What about the CEO of a business then? Well, obviously the big difference between me and them is going to be wealth, isn't it? It's going to be status. It's going to be the quality of our life and how comfortable we are in our lives. And certainly, you know, we're going to have a big gulf between me and them. They can go off and fly on fancy planes and go on, I don't know, yachts or whatever else. And here I am working a regular job in regular dwellings, living a regular life. There's a big difference between those things as well, isn't there? Let me read a few more of your comments here. Sky Echo 7 says, depends on the context, but I'd say that class is more divisive. Bubblevis says, divided is a physical term for my part, but I am autistic. They should have used the term dissimilar. Psychoben says, the twins experiment. Josh T says, the ruling class are good at making us think we have more differences between people of different nationalities. Whereas Lee Hallam says, your cultural values and identity will be different. It's not just language. That's very true as well. That is also very true. This other country that we're thinking about, compared to my own, it wouldn't just be the difference in language that we're speaking, but maybe, I don't know, there could be a predominant religion in that other country that's very different to the values that I have in this country, and perhaps the beliefs that they have in that culture or that religion. For example, think that women should not be afforded the same rights as men, or that homosexuals are innately bad because it goes against the teachings of their religion or what have you. That stuff is probably also, but then again, in fairness, I need to try and bring it back to just the wording of the question, don't I? People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. Now, nationality, no doubt, does embody cultural differences, language differences, and all the rest of it. But on paper here, nationality is just saying that you're from a different country. Then again, here we go. I'm never going to come to a conclusion on this one. But again, let's look at it another way as well. Okay, let's say the working class of this country and the working class of an incredibly poor developing nation. From the perspective of a person from that poor developing nation, that working class person from our country is going to be living a life of incredible luxury because of the total differences in between the economic circumstances of those countries. It may still be that relative to relative within one's own country, you're at the bottom of the pile compared to the people at the very top. But actually, if you're comparing, the poorest 10% of people from England versus the poorest 10% of people from Sudan or something, there's a gulf of differences between there. Lee Hallam says, I think you only have to see how expats of any nation tend to stick together. How much control you have over your life mostly depends on your resources. More resources usually equals more control. And Grave Peril says, running water versus plasma TV. And maybe there's one other lens we could look at this as through as well, which is what is the way that the world as it exists today is organized. And certainly, I think you could tend towards saying that it's organized much more along national lines than it is along class lines. You have different classes within each nationality, but are those classes all similar to one another despite the differences in nationality? Through a certain lens, yes, but Ukraine war, regular Ukrainians and regular Russians fighting and killing each other. You could absolutely say that, they ought to have much more in common than that divides them, haven't they? If only in theory, all of the regular average Joes and Jills of both of those countries got together and said, hey, look, we don't want to be fighting one another. We don't think it's right that that Russia invaded us. We should, rise up and just refuse to fight one another. That'd be great. But in that case, for example, they're definitely divided by nationality far, far more than they're divided by a class, aren't they? Because the structure of those countries and what's happening right now out there in the real world is they're clearly divided by nationality far more than class. You don't have Russian soldiers in Ukraine marching towards a group of Ukrainian soldiers, and the Ukrainian soldiers go, "Oh, look, those Russians are here trying to take over our country." But hang on a minute, aren't we all proletariat workers at the end of the day, disadvantaged by the rich and the powerful? Surely we should all go, "Oh no, I've been shot." Uh-oh. Josh T says, do you think there's much difference between a Mexican billionaire and a British billionaire? Well, there's no difference in the fact that they're billionaires, but there's still a fair amount of difference in the fact that one's Mexican and the other's British. I think it's a tricky one because I'm being forced into putting an answer here. I think I'm going to tend towards saying that we are more divided by nationality than we are by class. However, offering up the very obvious additional point, I think, that nonetheless, I think that worldwide we are disadvantaged against the incredibly rich and powerful elites that have the ability to run the show. But I think at the very least, not least as a reading of the world as it exists currently, we're more divided by nationality than we are by class. But there we are. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. I feel as if I'm going to have a slightly easier time answering this one. I feel that I'm not going to spend so much time dwelling on it. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. I mean, by the way, both things are obviously, bad if you have rampant runaway amounts of either of them. Rampant inflation, awful, destructive. Mass unemployment, also not good. But I think at least if you have mass unemployment, depending on the country or the context or whatever, you could in theory at least still have some kind of a social welfare program that's not going to leave the unemployed destitute. You can put you've got safety nets and provisions in there that someone not having a job doesn't necessarily have to spell the end of them having a reasonable means of living. But inflation, on the other hand, when that's really, I mean, we've seen inflation, we've seen inflation in the last few years, and actually the levels of inflation that we had, although were very noticeable and increased the cost of living, there are countries out there in the world that have had magnitudes of levels bigger inflation, and it's absolutely destructive to those countries, to those economies, and to the livelihoods of people. So there's obviously disadvantages to both. I'm not going to deny that whatsoever. But I think if push came to shove, and you're there in government having to create policies and try and decide what is the most important thing of combating if you are facing down massive runaway inflation or large levels of unemployment, I think you've got to tackle the inflation, because there may well be scope to fix that unemployment problem at some point in the future with new jobs or programs or industries or state-run programs for employment or whatever. But unless you've got inflation under control, that seriously inhibits your ability to affect all sorts of other things. It's like an absolute poison to your economy and to the running of your country if you've got really high inflation. So I think I'm gonna say yes, that it has to be controlling inflation. And I'm going to put that one for strongly agree, because for quite a lot of these questions where I've been unsure and I would have preferred to have put a middle answer, I've obviously had to end up going agree or disagree. So I think that when I've got a question that actually I feel pretty certain in what my answer is, I should probably put strongly agree or disagree, just to differ. I always struggle there with that word. Differentiate between the kinds of answers that I'm offering there. Grave Peril says inflation is worse. Lee Hallam says ask the Argentinians, and Sky Echo 7 says controlling price gouging is more important than either. Right, folks. Will you bear with me just a second? I just want to nip off and grab another drink. So have a little look on the screen here. Consume the next question. Think to yourselves about it. I'll be back in just a mo. Right, we are back. Oh, what have we got here? Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. Yeah, I'd agree with this. I can't really see the inverse being the case. What would the inverse be? Corporations don't require regulation because we can trust them to protect the environment themselves. That doesn't seem to hold any water, does it? Not least because I think primarily corporations operate on a profit motive, don't they? They operate on generating revenue, offering money to their shareholders and stockholders and all that kind of thing. So yeah, I think they do require regulation, obviously. Now, of course, We can have disagreements between the right or the wrong levels of regulation, what kind of regulation, all of that sort of stuff. But the basic premise of, should there be regulation to protect the environment because we don't necessarily trust corporations to act in the correct way all by themselves, I would agree with that. In fact, I would strongly agree with that. Based on the premise of the question. So keep in mind that that's not for me to say that I would necessarily de facto agree with all regulation that's proposed to protect the environment. Certain decisions or policies or whatever else can not necessarily be the right thing. I mean, this, by the way, this doesn't pertain to corporations specifically, but with the example of like ULEZ in London, the ultra low emissions zone, that was incredibly unpopular with the people that it affected. It did not seem to have the consent of the public, and indeed it was disadvantageous to Sadiq Khan and Labour for continuing to push that. Even though in part it was being done, as they said, in the name of trying to lower pollution or trying to create some additional revenue off of sources of pollution, because that stuff's damaging to the environment. You could say that not every decision made in the name of protecting the environment is necessarily the right decision in and of itself. But should we have regulations to require corporations to have some basic minimal levels of safeguarding from the environment? Yes, I would strongly agree with that. I think that's a sensible thing to do. Let's see. Let's see some of your comments on this one, shall we? Skyhocker says, strongly agree. Strong agree. Need rules is also not always clear what has to be protected. Government should guarantee minimum standards for the environment. Josh T says it's woke to protect the environment. Oh, well, in this day and age, it's woke for just about anything that an individual may not like. Bubblevis says no. It's just ensuring your children and their children have a healthy world to live in. Oh no, that's in response to Josh T. I think. Exactly that. Grave Peril says we don't trust humans. It's why we have laws and corporations are run by people. ULEZ wasn't about the environment; it was about air pollution. Well, I don't know if we're splitting hairs here, Claire, but I would consider the air quality and the air to be part of the environment. In my I'm not just thinking of the environment as being, oh, what a nice field over there with some trees and a little pond with some animals living in it. The environment sort of more broadly refers to the environment in which we live in, including the air that we breathe. I switched to the live chat to see your comments, Ogum. Skyhawker7 says, I like bats and think that HS2 is a ridiculous project, but the bat tunnel is batshit crazy, in my opinion. Oh dear. Right. I've not looked super deeply into this bat tunnel thing, other than having heard about the existence of a bat tunnel, which straight away is making me think of Batman, of a bat tunnel that is apparently costing a very large amount of money, and it's being done to say that, I don't know, is the idea supposed to be that because of where the HS2 line is going to run, it's going to disrupt bats, and therefore we're building a really big tunnel for these bats to live in? Lee Hallam says £100 million bat tunnel. Just that phrase sounds like something that you'd get on Have I Got News for You? Where they go, oh, now it's time for the headline competition. What is £100 million bat tunnel? It sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? Yeah. Cameron says, how else can we harvest bats to make soup without the tunnel? Yeah. So I think that we should have regulations of corporations to protect the environment. Absolutely. That does not necessarily mean that I agree with the £100 million bat tunnel. There we are. Okay, next one. From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea. Ho ho. Right. Well, this is one of the one of sort of the tenets of Marxism, from my understanding of it. Right. This is one of like the lines and the principles that's put about with the underpinning of now maybe what one of you tell me, because I've used the phrase Marxism here. Does this phrase apply to would you say that this phrase applies to just communism, or does it also apply to socialism? Because I know that both of those ideologies are sort of have a degree of foundational points within Marx to different degrees, depending on the variations. And obviously, I'm not going to be sitting here and trying to endorse communism now, am I? But I'm going to try and look at the wording of the statement, because obviously I'm in reading these, I'm trying to come up with hypotheticals, I'm trying to come up with real world examples to judge them against, I'm trying to do all that kind of thing. But fundamentally, when I'm not sure about something, I keep trying to come back to the specific wording of the statement to see whether I would agree or disagree with the premise of that statement. So let's attempt to forget about my whatever understandings I have of left-wing ideology here. From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea, which seems to suggest that people putting in or doing what they're able to, and people getting out what they require. That seems to be the premise of that statement, basically. That you're doing or offering up what you're able to, and you're getting what you need. That sounds good in of itself, I think. I suppose when we think about needs, are these the basic needs for survival? Are they the needs to be happy and to be comfortable? Does one person's idea of what they need different from another? Lee Hallam says it goes against basic human nature of far too many people for it to work. Expand on that for me, Lee. When you say it goes against basic human nature, because I think within human nature we have two competing strands, don't we? We have competition and we have cooperation, and it seems to me that both of those are present within human nature. Our tendency to fight against other groups, but likewise our tendency to work together with one another within a group. Those things both seem to be present. Bubblebis says, I have no idea what that's saying from each to each. Yeah, it's I mean, it's a quote from quite, it's some time ago that these ideas were first being developed. So it's slightly different language than we'd probably apply to how we describe it today. Because the general principle, and perhaps it sounds a little bit utopian almost, of saying, wouldn't it be nice to live in a perfect world where people only need to do what they're required to, but they could have everything that they need? That sounds pretty nice. But Lee Hallam says, too many people want a free ride and won't work if they don't need to. Okay, so we're talking about sort of like a kind of when this makes contact with reality, too many people would opt to, sit on their asses and not do anything, basically. I think making sure everyone gets what they need to survive within is human nature. But as far as the wording goes here, according to your ability and according to your needs, the premise of that seems to suggest that you're supposed to be putting in what you're able to do, and you're supposed to be getting out what you require. And that sounds good to me. Now, again, do do not get me wrong. I know where certain ideologies can lead to that follow this. I've seen what's happened with fucking communism in the 20th century, don't you get me wrong. But I'm trying to assess it on the wording of the statement here. And the wording of the statement, the idea of putting in what you're able to and getting out what you require, that doesn't sound inherently bad to me. That sounds okay. Is a fundamentally good idea. A fundamentally good idea. Do the fundamentals suggest that the idea is, underpins all other things, that it's that good in of itself that it would apply and work? I think it's a fundamentally good direction to aim for. Maybe I'm not talking about in like in outcome. I don't think that. I mean, unless AI technology takes us to some amazing place where like luxury communism or whatever does become a thing. I don't think we'd ever get to a successful model of humans working together where it would end up being putting in what you can and getting out what you require. I think there's always going to be disparities, inequalities to one degree or another. But that said, as a guiding principle of trying to alter where things presently are and saying what direction of travel could we use to attempt to make them better, I do tend towards that level of thinking somewhat. Yeah, putting in what you can and getting out what you require. Then again, who's making that decision? It's fair enough to talk about that in the abstract and saying yes, that's fair enough to say, oh yeah, put in what you're able to, get out what you require. But I suppose who's the person who determines what you're able to put in and what you require? Who ends up deciding that? And would we consent to it? Maybe, yeah, that's a fair point, actually. How would we define from one's ability? Because depending on who's in charge, maybe they might view that as like fucking working you to death. Well, no, maybe not then, because if we're taking the second part of the question into consideration and getting what you need, they'd at least be giving you what you need to be able to sustain life. Lee Hallam says, why on earth would someone work really hard to end up the same as the bone idol? Well, I see where you're going with this, Lee, and obviously you're talking about the idea of people sort of deliberately taking advantage of the idea of this, and it being unfair that some people would be working where others wouldn't. But what I'd say is from each to their ability to each to their need, could you not also apply that to something like, like one of the jobs that I used to work in? I used to work in adult social care. These were adults who had been born with learning disabilities, and were not able to, they're not able to participate in the workforce. They're not deemed to have enough understanding to be able to participate in other elements of public life. I don't think that they were voting. Indeed, they had deprivation of liberty orders on them, which is to say that they couldn't leave the house where they lived unaccompanied, because it's thought that either they could be a danger to themselves or others, or indeed that others could be a danger to them. So applying that to this example here, from each according to his ability to each according to his need, If we're assuming the idea of, the value of human life being that we ought to, any person who's alive, we should at least have a basic level of saying care for one another and allow each other to have a comfortable existence. These people living in these care homes could not, they couldn't contribute to the workforce or the economy in the way that we would. But nonetheless, as far as their needs went, they still need somewhere to live. They still need food to eat. They still need social interaction and human warmth from other people. So I'd see that principle as applying to that in a way that I think is quite reasonable. I wouldn't say that that's someone unduly taking advantage. I'm gonna go with agree on this one. I'm gonna go with agree. Notwithstanding objections from some of you guys in the chat here, I need to answer this on the basis of how I'm taking these statements to be. And often with quite a few of these, I'm saying, well, when these statements are taken to their extremes or certain examples of their extremes from history or in contemporary examples, you can say that they're not correct. But personally, I think the basic premise of expecting people who can do things and to contribute to do so, and to support and provide all people with what they require, that sounds right to me. That sounds to me, as much as you could say that thinking is the underpinning of, say, communism, I think that thinking is also the underpinning of a welfare state and a society that generally looks after one another. So I think that there can be different interpretations to where that ends up, if we can put it that way. Lee Hallam says they do need that, but the line broadens it out to all people. Yeah, well, for my interpretation of this, at least, I'm going to say that I think I agree. I agree with the overall premise of the idea of contributing what you can and receiving what you require. And I think that a society along the foundations of asking people to be responsible enough to contribute, and to have the compassion to help people who are unable to, is the right kind of line to organize yourself along. There we go. It's no surprise that Swiss still says he's on the left, isn't it? He's a secret Marxist, really, isn't he? Next one. The freer the market, the freer the people. This one feels like a total sort of like counterpoint to the previous one, doesn't it? The freer the market, the freer the people. See, the thing is, I think that one of the, because I was only talking recently about sort of capitalism and liberal democracies, and the idea that there was a vein of thought for a long time that certainly amongst, I think, sort of like the Reagan Thatcherite types and all the rest of it, that free markets may eventually lead to sort of an expansion of rights and a tendency toward democracies in countries that previously weren't that way, that if you open up the economies, then those other things will end up following. Again, I'm not super well read on this. I'm aware a little bit about the arguments around it, but I'm not, I can't sit here and say to you this is definitively the right or wrong interpretation of that. But I think that while certainly you did have countries that did have free trade and free markets, and then also an increase in those kinds of rights and tendencies toward democracies, considering that we've seen democratic backsliding in the last few years in some places, that doesn't seem to be sort of a preordained, this is always a tendency to happen. That said, obviously you could also then argue, well, freer markets can and do tend towards freer people. However, even within that system, you can still have elements that come along that can then make people less free, regardless of the status of the market. It's not as if a free market is the only determining factor of whether people end up free or not. But I'm looking at this outside of the context of the statement, aren't I? If we think about this previous statement, when I was doing each according to his ability and need, and I sort of said, I'm aware that can lead to that interpretations that have led to communism, and I am no communist, but nonetheless, I ended up putting agree. Maybe I should try and assess this purely on the premise of the statement here. What else do we have? Skyoko7 says, nope, that's bullshit because its endpoint is corruption of democracy. Lee Hallam says, I think there is only a very limited connection between free markets and free people. Okay, so let me try and think about myself when I say, okay, what is freedom? I feel that freedom is probably not well, shit. I can't sit here and try and define freedom. I'd be here for hours. It's too difficult a thing. But in a very, very shorthand kind of way, I suppose freedom, in a sense, is the ability to choose. It's not to be forced into one thing or another, but to have choice in what it is that you do. To be able to make a free choices in your life. I guess that's perhaps one definition of freedom that you can end up using. The free of the market, the free of the people. I mean, you could say like a free market. Would that suggest a greater variety of choice? Perhaps it could. Certainly, if you think of like globalized free markets, the idea would be that you could import things from all kinds of different countries and get all kinds of different products, and you've got an incredibly large variety of choice there. But then again, if we're taking that to its extreme point and we talk about a totally free markets tend to allow themselves towards monopolies over time, I think. And then you end up needing some degree of intervention or regulation to avoid everything coalescing into just big monopolies. Lee Hallam says, free markets give people more choice of what to buy and more freedom to create business. Grave Peril says, wage slaves exist. Sky Echo 7 says, this one's also very subjective, and then mentions Amazon. How could I put it then? If I were to say a very unfree market, therefore a very limited and very controlled market, would no doubt provide me with less choice. Therefore, I would feel less free in making those choices and having those choices in front of me. But then again, as we've said already, does a free market automatically tend towards freer people? I think what Lee had said is probably a fair way of putting it, where he said that I think there is only a very limited connection between free markets and free people. Yeah, I think there's I think there is a connection. I think you can point to areas and examples where those things do coincide with each other, but I don't think it's sort of the be all and end all. Josh T says, would a completely free market allow workers to unionize? I don't know, Josh. I don't actually know how to approach that question because would a completely free market allow workers to unionize? I mean, obviously, in theory, you'd say, whether the market's free or not, the only thing that would prohibit workers from unionizing would be laws passed by the state to say workers are not allowed to unionize. I think that would only be that's effectively the only way that you could prohibit that sort of thing. But if we want to say that a totally free market over time may have a tendency towards monopolies, and then if monopolies are allowed to go unchecked, then they can probably have undue influence over the government and policy making, then maybe that would make it more difficult for workers to unionize. I'm trying to. This is where I'm lacking a little bit of knowledge, really. The beginning of the the trade union movement and workers' rights, sort of like the early 20th century. I probably need to look into more what the overall economic and market conditions were there at the time. What the backdrop of that is, where people started organizing with one another, and how different that might be to today. And I need to admit a degree of ignorance on that one. A free market would allow companies to fire striking workers, says Josh. I think what I'd say then is that a free market could probably a free market probably offers more choice to I hate the word consumer, to the consumer than an unfree market would. But at its extreme, a free market ran unchecked would obviously have detrimental effects. Does a free market, or does I guess you could say, like, hyper liberalization of trade and all the rest of it, does that result in people being more free? I don't know. I mean, like, you've got like, take the EU, you've got the single market, and along with that, you've got the idea of people being able to freely move between all of the different EU countries, and that obviously affords them a level of freedom that they don't seem to have otherwise within that space. But then again, that's that they call that a single market, don't they? If it was a totally free market, then you wouldn't even have all these different European countries clubbed together. It would be sort of a totally wide open global thing where there wasn't even any internal or external sort of trading borders. I don't know. I am not at a particularly firm conclusion on this one. I'm going to say disagree. But it's not a actually, again, to differentiate things. If I've said disagree on that one, but I'm not awfully sure, I should probably bump up each according to his need as a strongly agree. Okay. Yeah, I'm moving on from that one. I think I've delved into that one as far as I can, and I think that there will be certain questions here where perhaps I feel that I'm lacking in knowledge a little bit to be able to clearly say what I think is the right or wrong thing as it applies to the world. Grey Peril says, but the EU market is ruled on controlling rules that are yeah, see, that's the thing. As I was saying that out loud to myself, I kind of thought, oh no, hang on a minute. I've latched onto that because it's got the word market in it, and because it's associated with the four freedoms, as they're known as well. And I'm thinking, oh, free market. But you're right. It's internally within that market, it's very free. But the thing is, it's created as a sort of a bubble where you've got the inside of that market and then the external of that market, haven't you? Josh says, in the UK, due to EU regulations, we're allowed to return items we purchase up to a month. So I'm not entirely convinced a free market is good for the consumer. Skyhocker 7 says Thatcher and Reagan, 2008 global crash as well. No, I'm bumping that one back to an agree, actually. I don't want to go full communist on it. No, I'm going to disagree with the free of the market, the free of the people. But I'm not, I'm not doing it with a really clear or staunch position necessarily. Okay, it's a sad reflection of our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. To be totally honest with you, I don't think that this is a take that I've got awfully strong feelings about one way or the other. You know, the young, very left wing Swiss, deep down inside me somewhere, goes, "Yeah, fuck these businesses and these corporations putting all the water into plastic bottles and selling it to the consumer, where you know, water." You know, water's a human right, and blah blah blah. But then again, I suppose, you know, we get our water out of taps as well, don't we? We don't just buy our water from bottles in shops. I switch on the tap, and then there it is as well. And it's not as if we don't pay for water either way. You know, we have you pay a water bill at your house for access to that water, rightly or wrongly. Perhaps you know, you could say that the access to something as basic as running water ought to be a thing you don't pay for. But no, because then again, actually, there are costs to facilitate the cleaning and the transport of that water, aren't there? There are. As a water provided as a public service, i.e., the basic drinking water. Maybe we shouldn't have privatized water. Maybe that's the issue. But yeah, the idea of having access to the water, understandably, you know, if that's something that's seen as a right countrywide to everyone, we're still going to have to pay into the pot as far as facilitating the fact that this water is provided to us, and you need to upkeep the infrastructure for the water to get to everyone as well. That can't happen in a vacuum with no money. It's not free, so we are all going to have to pay towards that at least. So I can't argue about this premise of drinking water as a bottled branded consumer product on the basis of saying it's wrong that you have to pay for it. I'm going to have to move that bit of the argument out, because the reality is that we do pay for our water regardless, don't we? Is it a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled branded consumer product? I mean, I don't. Personally, I do think of it as a bit of a con. I don't generally go and buy bottled water from shops. I feel that it seems very expensive compared to what I can get out of a tap at home for a comparatively much cheaper price. So I personally don't see the allure or the value in buying bottled water. And certainly if there's some kind of an element of a branding to it where it's supposed to have some kind of a prestige, you go, oh, I'm drinking mountain filtered water from the Alps or whatever. That doesn't really hold any favor with me. That's not appealing to me one way or the other. Average Joe says the public option for drinking water is out of the tap. The private option is bottled water. Water cannot be legally cut off if you don't pay, says Grave Peril. That's a fair point then. Utilities and land, the necessity of life, never should be in the private sector, in my opinion. All right. So by the way, notwithstanding the current privatization of our water in this country, which is a separate issue from the premises here, just talking about drinking water being offered in shops as a branded bottled consumer product. I think that I would probably see that as a much more inherently bad thing if that was basically the only or the main option on the table, to have to buy bottled water from a shop rather than having much easier free access to water like we do through, you know, taps and whatever. Hang on, let me switch this light on. It's starting to get a little bit dark. So I don't think that there's anything inherently bad or wrong about water being sold in shops or anything like that. I guess the real crux would come down to whether I've got an aversion to the idea that it's a branded consumer product. But no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like I say, as much as personally I don't go buying branded bottled water myself, I suppose the fact is I've got a choice in the matter, haven't I? And my determination is I don't think it's worth the money, so I don't buy it. I'm not going around going, oh, woe is me. Look at the state of this consumer society we live in, where Evian is on the shelves or whatever. So I think I'm going to go disagree with this one. I think I'm going to go disagree. I feel like this statement feels kind of, I don't know, feels just a bit like complaining for the sake of it, really. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. Okay. Well, I think in a very basic sense, for starters, land is a commodity to be bought and sold in the world as it exists currently. That's the setup, isn't it? That's how things currently exist. Do I have a great degree of opposition to that being the status quo? What is my alternative vision for that if that isn't the case? That land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. So what would the alternative be then? That land is owned by everybody? I mean, I know that we've got like public common spaces which are supposed to be there for the public good, free to be accessed by everybody, there for the public benefit. It's not land that you can live on. It's not land that you could, I can't go march into the middle of a park and build myself a house. But the point is that that land is there and preserved and maintained for the public good, for everyone to be able to go and enjoy it, which is obviously, I think, a good thing. I quite like the idea of one day aspiring to own my own home. In this day and age, it might take a while to happen, but I'd quite like that to happen one day. I know that like, is it the case that sort of like as much as we say that you own the land or we own the land, actually it's like the state or the monarch that technically owns the land, but it's sort of in the finer points of legal detail, it's still not technically yours, but you're sort of, although it says on paper that you own it, in a sense you're sort of leasing it in perpetuity or something like that. Then again, that said, billionaires can go off and buy their own private islands, can't they? And those seem to be pretty indisputably belonging to the people who own them. So I suppose you've got a much better claim to own yourself some land if you're incredibly rich, which I don't necessarily think is a fair disparity there. But no, I think the overall idea of going, land is a thing that people own different bits of land, and it's bought and sold to people because land is deemed to have a value in exchange for other things that have a value, and blah blah blah. That seems to be the reality of the world that we're living in, and I don't have a particularly clear alternative view in my mind of what would replace that or should replace that. I can certainly point to examples within the way things are presently that I think are quite unequal, where there's quite a disparity between what some people own and what others own. You got. I think the best way to describe my overall views on this kind of thing is that I think that we should make efforts to try and reduce inequality between people, but not necessarily with the end goal of making everyone have exactly the same thing, because I think that's been attempted and has obviously not panned out too well. So no, I'm gonna disagree with this one. I think that land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. I think that it's as I've already said to you, I think it's absolutely right that we should have land that's deemed to be public spaces that anyone can access and enjoy. And I feel as if it ought to be the responsibility of the state to at least try and ensure that everybody has a roof over their head, even if they don't own the land or the house that they're in. I think we should try and make it so that people don't have to be homeless or rough sleeping on the streets or whatever. But I'm not gonna lay out a manifesto here for saying what I think we should replace the system of buying and selling land with. Josh T here says, I think land should be owned by the public with the exception of your personal house. I think the thing here, Josh, is that I can certainly come to where I would like things to be different or to change them from where they presently are in relation to the way that we use land and who has land. But again, based on the wording of this question, land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. I think land being a commodity that's bought and sold reflects the world as it exists now, and I don't have a very good alternative to that. So I'm going to disagree with that one. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. Yeah, this is quite an easy one, really. I think I agree with that. It doesn't seem it doesn't seem like much value is being generated in that, does it? That I think we're talking about like the stock market and all these different traders and financial instruments and people essentially betting on whether the value of things goes up and down and yada yada yada. And I'm not attempting to say that we should do away with the idea of a stock market necessarily. Again, I think if I'm going to definitively say that I don't think something should happen, I should at least have an alternative in mind of what should replace it. But if the question is asking me, is it regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society, then I'd agree with that statement. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'd say, yeah, I think it's a shame that people. Whoa! Oh, have I just gone on the wrong page there? Where was I here? Oh no, I've got to re-answer all these questions now. What did I say for these ones? People are ultimately more divided by class and nationality. I think I said disagree. Controlling inflation is more important than. Yep, strongly agree. Corporations. I think I said agree. I think I said agree. I think I said disagree. I said disagree. I said disagree. Yeah. So I'm gonna. I suppose I'm going to agree with that one. Yeah. My instincts tell me that I don't like the idea that there are lots of people out there who have made themselves a great degree wealthier than others by doing things that don't actually really don't seem to generate any good for people or have a proper value in what it is that they're doing, other than simply effectively betting on whether value of thing goes up or down, So I think I'll agree with that one. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. Yeah. I think I'm happy with that one quite simply as well. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. That doesn't require me to put myself on either end of the spectrum, saying that I'm a total protectionist or I'm a total free marketeer or anything like that. It's simply asking me, is it sometimes necessary in trade? And I'd say, yeah, you can definitely say it's sometimes necessary in trade, sure. If it's a tool of if it's a tool to try and give slightly more of an advantage to industries or companies in your country, again, I'm not advocating escalating tariff-based trade wars or anything like that. Just because I'm agreeing with this premise does not mean that I am a protectionist per se. But if you're asking me, is it sometimes necessary? Then yeah, it's sometimes necessary, sure. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. No, no. Average Joe here says, company just for profit. Disagree. Um, the only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. I mean, companies are there for two things, aren't they? They're there to create services or products, which are then used or consumed by people, and also by their very nature to generate profit as well. And obviously, shareholders in these companies will want to see the benefits of that. So I'm not disputing necessarily that companies should deliver a profit to their shareholders. That's fair enough. If you're a shareholder, if you've got a stake in a company, if you've put some money in to support that company and it makes money and you get some of that money back, okay. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. I mean, for starters, I'm not even sure whether I would have said delivering a profit to its shareholders is quote unquote a social responsibility. I don't know whether I would have termed it as a social responsibility necessarily. I would have thought that's more just almost like a bit of a contractual thing for if you're a shareholder, that's what you get. But the only social responsibility, no. I think I think there are vastly more social responsibilities. You know, I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's the job of companies to act like charities and for their sole motivations in what they do to be a sense of social responsibility to others. Obviously, there is going to be an element there of wanting to earn money and indeed give profit to your shareholders. But I can think of plenty of ways that a company should still be socially responsible in the practices of how they treat the people that they employ, socially responsible in the effects of their company or business on the surrounding area or to the community that the workers are from based there. Think things like that. So no. No. I don't think that the only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver profit to its shareholders. I think there are greater responsibilities that not just the company, but any basic institution or collection or business or you know any group of people together in whatever endeavors have to one another. So no. In fact, I'll say strongly disagree because I am pretty certain on that one. The rich are too highly taxed. Well, given that quite often I say that I think that we should tax the rich a bit more. I'm obviously not going to say that I think they're too highly taxed, am I now? I do accept, by the way, the issue that we have of the idea of sort of a capital flight, though, that if wealthy individuals or companies are taxed too highly, that they may choose to leave the country and therefore cut off that revenue stream entirely. That is problematic. That is an issue. It means that we can't just tax everyone to the absolute hilt because they may end up leaving. I think what you'd need really, if you wanted to tax the rich significantly more than you are now, is a coordinated effort amongst many countries around the world to say, right, we're all going to try and have the same similar taxation practices here. That way, people can't just flee overseas or suddenly base their company in some overseas place that's got like a rock bottom tax level. Which seems to be the issue that we have at the moment, isn't it? You know, all your offshore islands where you base things and have to pay virtually no tax or anything. So you know, I accept that there are complications to the idea of just waving a magic wand and saying, right, we are going to significantly tax the rich a lot more than they are right now, because then I think you would see people, you would see a degree of flight and capital being moved elsewhere. Whether there are safeguards you could put in place for that, maybe some version of a wealth tax, maybe some version of, as I say, trying to coordinate the taxation policies of lots of countries together. This isn't one of those things that I have awfully viable, all-encompassing answers to. But do I think that the rich are too highly taxed? That's the question being proposed to me. Do I think that the rich are too highly taxed? Well, no, I don't think the rich are too highly taxed, do I? In fact, I think that some of the very richest people have plenty of mechanisms available to them to try and avoid paying even the levels of tax that on paper they're supposed to be paying. So they're certainly not being too highly taxed, are they? Because they've got loopholes to try and get around it. So there's no way that I could agree with the premise of the rich being too highly taxed when I think that some of the rich aren't even paying their fair share of taxes in the first place. That makes enough sense, right? So yeah, the rich are too highly taxed. I guess I'd say strongly disagree with that one then. Because I think that some of the rich aren't even paying the levels of tax that they're supposed to be paying at the moment anyway. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Oh, this one feels a little bit tricky. Obviously, we can't have this discussion without talking about the National Health Service, can we? The idea of free at the point of use service, where everyone in the country via their taxes pays into the big government pot, and then the government gives money of that to the NHS, and the NHS is an institution with all different hospitals, GPs, and everything all around the country. And if you find yourself ill by whatever means, then you can walk into the GP, you can walk into the hospital, you can say, "I am not well, can you make me better?" And that's what they're supposed to be doing. And I very much agree with the premise of that system, and it's a system that I would like to see protected and for it to continue. Now, I think that we certainly have problems with the NHS as it is at the moment. I hear about great inefficiency in it, and the idea that proportional to the level of increasing money that we're putting into it, we're not necessarily getting that same increase in good outcomes from it. I don't know what all of the answers to that are. I think one of the low-hanging fruit answers is the idea of all of these middle managers in the NHS. The idea that you could strip out a few layers of the management bureaucracy, where they're obviously earning quite decent salaries for doing jobs that might not necessarily be required within the NHS. That's maybe one way that you could try and improve things. I don't have all of the answers there. But as far as the basic concept of the NHS goes, I agree with that. Skyhoker7 says, please read the question again, Swiss. Don't worry, Sky. I wanted to pin down the NHS first before I then got onto the topic of the question, if you follow me. I wanted to address the existence of the NHS before I got any further. So that said, that being my views on the National Health Service, those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable with the phrase higher standards of medical care. I don't like the idea of that. I don't like the idea of effectively rich or richer people getting better healthcare than everybody else. I'm uncomfortable with that. However, if we try and take the world as it is now, or the country as it is now, say you've got a rich individual in this country, and via their taxes, whatever taxes that aren't going to the offshore bank accounts, via their taxes, they're still paying into the pot, and the government puts some of that money into the NHS for the National Health Service for everybody. if those individuals want to say, you know what, I've got a fair amount of money, I would like to pay for access to private healthcare where maybe I'll be seen a little bit quicker, or maybe I can get a different kind of care than what is offered to me in the NHS, and they have the money to do so. I mean, would I say that that shouldn't be allowed? Am I sitting here advocating that there should be no private healthcare and that it should only be public healthcare on offer? Well, no, I don't think I'm doing that. I don't think I agree with that. I think you should definitely have, I absolutely believe in having a strong NHS with a good quality of care. And if that, whatever is required to get there, to make it the best that it can be, I absolutely agree with. But if a person with the ability to pay wishes to have private healthcare, do I think that shouldn't be allowed? Should I stand in the way of that? I don't think so. Not necessarily. Certainly not if those individuals, like everyone else, are still paying towards the NHS with their taxes anyway. If then additionally they decide, I think this would be the key thing though. If a person wants to go and have high standards of medical care with private healthcare, fair dues, fair enough, allow them to do that. But I would not agree with an argument made if that person were to say, well, hey, look, I'm not using the NHS. I'm paying for my private healthcare. Therefore, I don't think I should have to pay towards the NHS because I personally am not benefiting from it because I am choosing to go for this private option. That argument I would not agree with. That would not hold much water with me. I think my view of the basic way we ought to operate this country is at least a certain degree of people chipping in for a basic level of services that everyone can use should they need them. As I say, I'm somewhat uncomfortable with the idea of it being higher standards of medical care because that in my mind already creates a tiered system of kind of going, oh yeah, the public healthcare option will be shit, but if you go private, you can get something that's really good. And I think that's quite unfortunate because I don't feel that I don't feel that we should have that kind of disparity in healthcare as a given of something that needs to be the case. But nonetheless, I'm not disagreeing with the idea of private healthcare. If people wish to pay for private healthcare, that's fair enough, as long as everybody accepts that it's still a basic good that we all pay into the pot for the NHS, because not everyone's going to be able to afford private healthcare, are they? So I guess I'll say agree with that one. Governments should penalise businesses that mislead the public. Yeah, agree. Yeah, strongly agree. Yeah, I think so. Again, what's the alternative? Businesses that mislead the public should not be penalised. Businesses that mislead the public should face no consequences for their actions or no downsides or deterrents to misleading the public. Well, no, that doesn't seem right to me, does it? Because they could mislead the public in all kinds of ways. We're not just talking about, we're not just talking about, making some grandiose claim about this new health pill that you can buy about how vital you'll be and how good you'll be in the bedroom when you take it and all that sort of thing. Misleading the public could be about what the sources of the products are, what chemicals or things are going into the products, what health hazards are potentially associated with using those products, or all kinds of things like that. The idea that businesses or anyone for that matter should be able to just lie or mislead people willy-nilly and face no consequences for it. No, I think that it's there's reasonable sort of checks and balances we ought to have towards the truth and knowledge and information for the benefit of everyone. And if people violate that quite egregiously, then there probably do need to be some kind of penalties for it, especially if you're a business. So yeah, I think I will strongly agree with that one. Lee Ball is here in the chat. I think the question is getting more at whether it should be the government's job. By the way, Lee Ball, it's very nice to see you. I remember quite a long time ago, you'd said to me something like you were commenting in one of the streams, but I wasn't seeing your comments or they weren't appearing or something like that. I remember you saying that. And then it feels like for months and months and months, I've not seen you in any of the chats. And I'd started to get a little bit concerned, like what the hell's gone on? Has some weird glitch happened with YouTube where like Lee Ball has been banned from my comments or videos or whatever? I didn't know what was happening there. So I'm very happy to see you, Lee, because I'd started to fear that you were gone. So welcome back. I think the question is getting more at whether that should be the government's job. Well, I think ultimately it does have to be the government's job, isn't it? I mean, I suppose you could have like an independent body or watchdog that's supposed to be doing it, but that in itself would obviously be set up by the government, supported by the government, arguably funded by the government as well. So it would still, in a sense, be an extension of the government to some degree or not. I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'm going to. I mean, you know, obviously, what I'm not advocating for is to say, oh yes, this particular minister in the cabinet, it's their job every day to go down a little checklist of deciding what fines they should hand out to different businesses or whatever. It shouldn't be the government's job in that sense, but I think that yeah, the government, meaning, you know, the state, the authority of the country, setting up something that facilitates penalties on businesses misleading the public. Yes, I'd agree with that one. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. See, this brings us back onto our question we asked earlier, wasn't it? Because we were looking at free markets before, and we were talking about the possibility of unfettered free markets ultimately leading to monopolies anyway. But again, I'm trying to engage with the wording of the question here, and here it's saying a genuine free market. I don't know what a genuine free market is supposed to be. I think you're going to have quite different interpretations of what a genuine free market is, because it's saying some people say a genuine free market ought to have no restrictions on it. This one's saying that a genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. I suppose the problem is that at the point where you have incredibly large, powerful multinationals or monopolies, their ability to influence the market means that the market itself is less free as a result of that. I mean, do I think there should be restrictions on the ability of, quote, predator multinationals to create monopolies? Yes, I do. I'd agree with that much, at least. But maybe I'm slightly quibbling over this definition of what would constitute a proper free market or not, which I'm not awfully certain on. So yeah, I'm a little bit torn on this one, because as far as the wording of the question goes, I might be inclined to say disagree, simply because I'm qualming with what constitutes a genuine free market or not. However, as far as whether or not I think we should have restrictions on sort of, you know, unfettered monopolization within markets, then yes, I think there ought to be that as well. So I'm gonna tend towards saying agree on this one. A few comments from you guys on this. Grave Peril says monopolies can, because by them having the best offer, but once achieved, they can use it to limit anyone else to compete. Sky Echo says, agree, government needs to make competent regulations for courts, provide legal aid to complainants, deny the offending companies government funds. Or was that in response to the previous question? Possibly. Lee Ball says, it needs to be non-free in order to keep it free. That You know what? That you might have summed up there the best way of bringing that contradiction into sort of a coherent kind of statement. Yeah, there's a degree of it having to not be free in order to keep it mostly free. It can't be totally free, but we want it. We want an amount of freedom, maybe. And Average Joe says the problem is once they achieve monopoly status, they manipulate government regulation and policy to favour them. Okay, then. So yeah, I don't like the foggy wording of the question there. So I'm gonna say agree rather than strongly agree, but agree nonetheless. Oh my god, we've been going for nearly 3 hours and I'm only halfway through the test. We might need to try and speed this thing up a little bit. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal. Well, I know my answer to that one. That would be a strong disagree. I don't think the only condition in which a woman can have an abortion ought to be when her life is threatened. As simple as I think, to sum it up, if I lived in America, you'd put me on the pro-choice side of the argument rather than the pro-life side of the argument. So in the interest of brevity of getting through some of these questions, I'll just leave that one as it is. There we are. Strongly disagree. All authority should be questioned. Yeah, agree. Yeah. We should certainly have the right to question all authority, and it's certainly a healthy thing to question authority as well, because you need to ask yourself questions like why are the authorities in the positions of power that they're in? What things are they doing? What's the old Tony Benn quote? Come on, one of you guys knows the Tony Benn quote verbatim, I'm sure. What's the Tony Benn quote where he's like, what powers do you have? Who gave you them? How do you exercise them? Who are you exercising them for? How do I get rid of you? That kind of thing, yeah. All authority should be questioned. You know what? I would be much more comfortable with the statement if it said any authority should be questioned rather than all authority should be questioned, because all authority should be questioned suggests that it's our job to question absolutely everything, and I think that sometimes sometimes things are pretty fine and we don't need to go that far into it, but yes, I think we should have the ability to question any authority at any given time when we think that there's a problem with what they're doing. But I'm not sitting here from a sort of like an arms folded anarchist kind of, you don't have any power over me. Who are you to tell me to what, But yeah, all authority should be questioned. We should certainly have the ability to question authority. I don't necessarily think that means that you should be anti-establishment in any vein of your being and rejects the idea of there being any authority. I think that living within the societal structures as we do, there needs to be a degree of authority. Not that I wish to see us tend towards authoritarianism, but the ability to question it and for it to be right to question it, yeah, I think that's right. And Liebel said, what power have you got? Where did you get it from? Whose interest do you exercise it in? To whom are you accountable? And how do we get rid of you? You're welcome. There we are. Thank you very much. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Ooh, we're getting very biblical now, aren't we? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, versus, I suppose, the idea of turning the other cheek, right? That tends to be the attitude here. So, if someone does you wrong, are you justified in doing wrong back to them? And of course, someone in the chat is going to say an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, because someone always says that when we come up with this particular statement. I think to be honest, it's going to depend on the context. If I'm walking down the street and someone punches me in the face, I think I'm going to feel pretty justified in punching them back. Uh, I'm not going to have any qualms over that, to be totally honest with you. Obviously, in other situations, I don't know. Take something like Israel Gaza, very very complicated conflict. But assuming you are ever going to arrive at a peace, any kind of a peace, the fabled two-state solution, assuming that ever were to be possible or arrived at, ultimately you would need to reach a point where the two sides agree to stop harming one another, wouldn't you? You would. You'd need to have a deceleration of conflict. You'd have to have people stepping back from the extremes of what their side is doing. So, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth does not. It doesn't work in perpetuity. I don't think it's a good basis for ongoing conflict resolution. Sooner or later, you need to stop poking out eyes and stop knocking out teeth, because then it will leave the world blind. But if the idea is if someone does something bad to you or wrong to you, should you feel allowed or right or entitled to do something back to them? Again, I think it depends on the context. I really think it depends on the context. I struggle to. I don't think I can say it as a blanket rule whether it's right or wrong. It depends on the situation. Donald Trump is putting tariffs on different countries. The response of those countries is to put tariffs back on Donald Trump. Now, maybe Donald Trump's response then is to say, well, I'm going to put even more tariffs on you. And then the response on those countries is to say, well, we'll put even more tariffs back on you. That's the concern about an escalating trade war. But the thing is, on the one hand, you'd say, well, it's a reasonable thing for a country that suddenly had tariffs placed on it to wish to respond in kind with tariffs of their own. That seems reasonable, But again, the end result of that would be never-ending escalation of tariffs until you do end up in something that neither side would benefit from at all, would they? So I guess my answer to this one is within certain situations, within certain contexts, you probably can deem it reasonable or justifiable to hit someone back if they hit you, so to speak. But that doesn't always mean that it's the best way towards a good outcome, does it? So I'm really struggling with what to answer this one, because I've given my answer to it, and I think it's somewhat nuanced, and it's basically, well, I don't think you could agree or disagree with that statement as sort of like a blanket statement applying to everything. I think it depends on what it is that we're talking about, that an eye for an eye, tooth for tooth applies to, really. As I say, I'm walking down the street, someone runs up to me and punches me, I'd feel pretty darn justified in punching them back. I don't think I'd go, oh, what was that for? I don't want to escalate, but that situation isn't going to apply awfully well to everything, is it? I guess I'll say disagree then. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theatres or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. I suppose this comes onto a wider question of, do I think that the arts should be supported with government money? Right, that's kind of what we're driving at here, isn't it? This big pot that we all pay into, should a portion of this pot go towards supporting, in the case of theatres, like the arts, or in the case of museums, providing information and history to people? I think maybe I've got a slightly different view between museums and theatres, but I think museums are quite a public good. they're a source of information and education. That people can go there on visits, maybe learn things that they hadn't learned before, take children there, and uh, give them the ability to become interested in things they might not have known about before, and all that kind of thing. Grave Peril says theatres should not be in the same boat as museums. Yeah, I think I'd put theatres and museums in slightly different camps. To be honest, I think that theatres fall into the arts, whereas museums, I think, fall into sort of education or a sort of a public good in that kind of area. So we're kind of putting two quite different things together, aren't we? Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theatre. But is it any or is it all? That's the question. Any theatres or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. Oh, that's difficult. Because I don't like the way that it's worded. I'm saying that about a lot of the questions, aren't I? I don't like the way that it's worded. I suppose I think I'm going to say agree. I think I'm going to say agree to that one. As I say, I'd put theatres and museums in quite different camps to one another. And I think that much in the same way as I spoke earlier about sort of public spaces, parks being there for the common good for everyone to enjoy and access. I think that there's a similar level of a thing like a museum, even a museum with free entry for that matter as well. For everyone to be able to go in and enjoy. Obviously, that would require funding from the taxpayer, unless they had a different profit model there. Maybe I should say disagree to that one then, shouldn't I? Because I certainly, although I don't agree with I wouldn't say that I agree with it being done to all of these places, and I don't even necessarily agree with theatres having the same footings as museums here. But we'll focus on the wording of the question. It says any rather than all, and it says theatres or museums rather than theatres and museums. So in that case, I think that from the way that this question is worded, I can allow it to say that, do I think that the taxpayer should prop up some museums? Yes. Do I think that they should prop up all theatres and museums? No. But I think the question affords me the ability to be selective there. So I would disagree. I would disagree that they should not be expected to prop them up. I think in some cases they should. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. I mean, what question is this? Do I think schools should be compulsory? Obviously, homeschooling is an option outside of schools, and that's fair enough. I think that's an option that should, at the very least, exist. So I suppose but we're talking about schools, aren't we? So I suppose we'll take homeschooling out of the equation. We're talking about schools saying you've got a school, you've got people enrolled in the school. What is the policy of that school? Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. Well, it has to be compulsory, doesn't it? It sort of has to be compulsory to say, you're at school, you've got to go to the classes and learn the lessons. How else are you going to have a degree of enforcement of a basic level of education for people? I suppose one thing that I do disagree with maybe is the idea of parents being penalised for taking their children out of schools during term time for holidays. I don't necessarily think that that's the right approach. I think that sometimes there is value in the experiences that children and families could have, being able to go on a holiday, possibly at a time of year where it's cheaper and more affordable for them to do so. And as much as you could say, well, there's a detriment to their education for what they're missing from being out of school for that period of time, I think that there's also values in being able to have that kind of an experience that maybe wouldn't be on offer to people if it was only the prices of holidays on offer outside of term time. But then again, I don't know whether that's what this question is driving at. But I suppose the basic premise is, if a school exists and people are going to the school, should you attend the lessons in the school? Yes, you should. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Oh my. No, I don't even think I need to delve too deeply into this one, really. My instinct immediately says a strong disagree on this one. Why should different sorts of people keep to their own kind? How are we defining these different sorts of people? Are we doing it on racial lines, national lines, religion, sexuality, what football team you support? How are we terming this? Why is it a good thing that everyone keeps to themselves, segregated? Surely we should have a mix of people from all kinds of different backgrounds or attributes, or however it is that you're defining a person, rather than having us all in very separate kind of camps, maybe. So yeah, I'm happy with that one as a strong disagree. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. This is a very difficult one. For me at least, I know that there's quite strong views about this one. I think that I think that to spank or smack children is I think it can be used as a very lazy tool by some. And certainly if you were to say to me, do you think parents should hit their kids or anything like that? I'd say no. Obviously, I don't think parents should be assaulting or abusing their children. Do I believe that like a spank or a smacker? This is very American, isn't it? Spank. Do I believe that like a smack on the bottom is tantamount to physical abuse of a child? Personally, I don't. I don't believe that it is. I don't think it's the most preferable parenting technique. I think that it really ought to be a technique of absolute last resort. But there could be some situations with a child where, especially if perhaps they're in a situation where actually they're posing a significant danger to themselves. Maybe they're not listening to a parent, and they're doing something that could actually cause them significant harm, and they're not responding to anything else. Maybe that last resort would be enough, because that more instinctive feeling of not wanting to feel a sudden pain is enough to make them stop and go, "Whoa, fuck!" Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. It's a difficult one for me. It's like, I mean, as you guys know, like, I work in early years education. I work in a preschool. I absolutely 100% do not think that anybody working in education should be spanking children or any form of corporal punishment like that. I do not think that is a role that it's appropriate for someone else to be taking on like that. I think that it's a decision that ought to be made by the parents. And I, yeah. It's not a thing that I feel. It's not a thing that I feel super comfortable about. It's not a thing that I think should necessarily be encouraged as a parenting technique. But I don't necessarily think, for example, it's something that should be outlawed, that should become a legal, like an illegal offense to do it. I think that that's going quite far in the other direction as well, to be honest. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. I don't know. Again, as always, not sure if I like the wording of it, but if the crux of the matter of what we're getting to is, should parents be allowed to spank their children or not in any situation or context? Um, I don't think it's the role. I certainly don't think it's the role of the state to say that they should not be doing so. I certainly don't think, I mean, if we go back to times gone by and you talk about, like I don't know, someone going home and their dad's angry at them and they take their belt off or something like that, and fuck me, no, we don't want that. But I think probably spanking is the mildest possible form of a physical deterrent technique, I guess you could say. If it was like good parents sometimes have to hit their children with a belt or something like that, then I'd be saying absolutely no. But I think as a yeah, as sort of like as a last resort kind of situation, I could possibly see scenarios where that might be something that needs to be done to really get through to a child that something that they're doing is not the right thing. But in my opinion, I'd say I would really only say that should be used for in a situation where like a child is seriously risking harm to themselves or harm to others. I don't think it should be just a basic sort of behavioral kind of, oh, you said no to me, or you said a swear word, or I'm talking about like a kid that's, I don't know, trying to fucking climb up big bits of furniture and jump off them, or I don't know what I'm trying to come up with, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. I think that I think that there could be there can be situations where it may be the only option, but I don't think it's something that should be done particularly lightly, and I certainly wouldn't want to see it sort of as a widespread, generally accepted thing. But nor do I. I certainly don't think it should be illegal or lumped in with child abuse or anything like that either. So I guess based on that, I'll say agree. Um, um, Sky Echo sums it up there. Sometimes it's a reflex, lesser of two evils, your hand or a truck. Yeah, maybe something like that. It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. Yeah, I suppose agree to that one. At the end of the day, we have our internal lives and our external lives, don't we? We have the freedom of thought. We don't have to share with other people everything that we think about. You're allowed to keep certain things private to yourself. Generally speaking, I think it's healthy for children and parents to share things with one another. And obviously, if there are in some cases, some secrets that a child could keep from a parent could be quite damaging. Certainly if there's concerns about, like, I don't know, like child abuse or something like that, then it wouldn't be a good thing for secrets to be kept in that situation. But if we're saying the opposite of sort of like being children ought to tell their parents everything they think about or everything that happens to them, no, I don't necessarily think that that's the case either. I think that part of maybe it depends on the age of the child, perhaps. I think certainly as you get older through adolescence, you ought to have more defined boundaries of your own freedom to act and think and talk in the world to a degree. I'll say agree to that one, but contextual. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offence. Where's Peter Hitchens? Are you there in the chat, Peter? Make yourself known. Hello. I personally, I do not think it should be a criminal offence. So I would say agree to that one. I understand certainly with cannabis, overuse of it can lead to things like schizophrenia, from what I understand. But then again, I'd also take something like alcohol and say that there are an awful lot of negative effects of alcohol that we get on a health basis or even a behavior basis. And obviously, alcohol is still very much seen as permissible. I wouldn't extend that to necessarily all substances. I think that some things can be much more damaging and addictive than others. But in a sense, maybe I'm saying that because I haven't fully thought out the full consequences of the idea of wholesale legalizing everything, or what measures you would put in place to mitigate negative effects of that. Because on the one hand, you know, the libertarian kind of argument of saying, well, you know, you as an individual ought to be able to decide for yourself what you want to put into your body, what experiences you want to have, yada yada. That seems pretty fair enough. But then again, if you think of the ills of addiction that exist out there, and the idea of if some of this stuff is illegal, you know that essentially you try and have that in place to serve as a deterrent in part, to stop people from doing those things in the first place because of the ills that those things can cause. That's also quite a reasonable argument. But I suppose it's a matter of asking where it is that you choose to draw the line on these things. You know, which substances or drugs do cross that threshold of being too harmful, and which ones are either manageable or permissible, or at least in the case of alcohol, just normative through culture. But in the case of marijuana for personal use, you know, a person's walking down the street and they've got a little bag of weed in their pocket. I personally don't think that should be a criminal offence. And obviously there are quite a few countries out there that have done away with that being illegal. And I would probably agree with them. The prime function of schooling should be to equip future generations to find jobs. The prime function of schooling. There's a question. The prime function of schooling. No, not this. No, I don't think so. I think the prime function of schooling should be to teach people about the world. To educate, to make people understand the world around them in all kinds of different facets, whether that's literacy, numeracy, history. I think there should be more emphasis on understanding things like how a person participates in the economy, how they participate in democracy, critical thinking, those kinds of things. But is there a role in schools to equip future generations for jobs? Absolutely. You know, you have qualifications you gain from schools which are used as a benchmark for job entry, or indeed for going on to further education to train for particular jobs. So there's absolutely a role there, no doubt about it. But as far as it being the prime function of schooling, I don't believe it's the prime function of schooling. I believe that the prime function of schooling is to educate people, to give them tools to be able to understand and act in the world in a more informed way, and in a way that they can get more out of the world that's around them. And that's not necessarily one for one the same as being primed to find a job. So I'll disagree with that one. People with serious inheritable diseases should not be allowed to reproduce. Captain Swiss, are you a eugenicist? I mean, for one thing, serious inheritable diseases, we don't know what they're terming here as serious inheritable diseases, are they? You can the argument can be made, obviously, that if there are serious inheritable diseases and they end up costing a lot of money for healthcare or social care or things like that, then is it seen as a good thing that they continue to be passed down the generations? You'd say probably not. But then again, the way in order to enforce that is effectively you're going to be sterilizing people. And that sounds pretty evil to me, to be honest. I think that what you've got these days in sort of I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that they're doing with embryos these days, where you know you can filter for the possibility of certain genetic diseases that might occur in an embryo, and you can try and ensure that that whatever embryo is created would not have those diseases or conditions to them, and I think that that's probably a good thing. But if we're saying that people with serious heritable diseases should not be allowed to reproduce, that no, that feels like far too much of a violation on a person's rights and liberties, really. Who are we to say ultimately whether or not another person should be allowed to have children? That seems like a really fundamental part of the human existence that I don't think other people should be interfering in. As I say, I think that the only way that you'd enforce that would be through forced sterilization. And I'm quite pleased that we've moved on from the part of history where we used to do that. I don't see as much of a problem with, as I say, the new technology for filtering out for certain diseases and being able to alter embryos or however they do it. As you can tell, I'm not an expert in this, but I've got a vague awareness of that. I don't see so much of a problem with that. But no, not anything that would mean sort of forced sterilization on people. So I would say strongly disagree with that one. The most important thing for children is to learn to accept discipline. No, don't think so. First of all, they're saying the most important thing for children is to learn to accept discipline. I think there's a lot of things that children need to learn during the time that they're coming up. I don't think there's an obvious case that the most important thing for a child to learn is to accept discipline. Not least that maybe if you were phrasing it as the most important thing is to learn to follow rules or something like that, maybe there'd be more of a case for that, because then you can argue about the validity of the rules, of coming to understand that if you're going to live in a society with people, that there are restrictions on what you can or can't do, and we have a responsibility to one another of what we can or can't do. There's more of a case to be made for that, maybe. Even then, I don't know whether you'd call it the most important thing. But the most important thing, to accept discipline, I don't understand why there's a good case for you to say that's the most important thing for a child to learn. I think there are much more important things for a child to learn. A child can learn about the world around them. A child can learn how to coexist with other people. All sorts of things. Certainly not accepting discipline being the most important thing on that list. So I'd say strongly disagree there. There are no savage or civilized people. There are only different cultures. We're wading into the reeds on this one, aren't we? I suppose there's two things that we need to ask ourselves then, aren't there? First of all, when we look at different cultures, what are our values that we're judging the cultures by? For example, when we say, when we talk about our culture, and I assume within our culture we talk about things like the rule of law, democracy, certain rights and freedoms that we afford to people, things along those kinds of lines. We generally speaking deem those to be the right and correct things within our culture, and therefore, on the basis of that judgment, you'd have to say that a culture that didn't have those same things, you would not view it to be as preferable, would you? You would say, I would much sooner live within my culture or this culture than a culture that doesn't have those same kinds of things. So on that basis of judging whether you think that there are better cultures or worse cultures, I think it's reasonable to say that yeah, you kind of have to, by definition, say that you think there are better cultures. Not least what otherwise I think we'd be totally indifferent to the idea of another culture coming along and changing us. I seem to always be bringing everything back to Ukraine at this point, don't I? But yeah, if there was really no meaningful difference between cultures, then why would the Ukrainians give a shit if the Russians wanted to take them over? It wouldn't matter. It would be non-important. They're all basically level with one another. where we come onto the phrase savage and civilized, though, that's where I perhaps have some slight qualms. Who is a person to say who is savage and who is civilized? What what basis do we have for that? You know, I think that there's an awful lot of examples of history where a more technologically advanced culture has gone to a less technologically advanced culture and described them as being uncivilized or savage, and therefore seen it as their sort of inalienable right to exercise their will over those other people. That doesn't seem right to me, you know. By by what were modern European standards at the time when they went over to the Americas and colonized those, that I'm pretty sure they judged the Native Americans as being savages or uncivilized. I'm using the air quotes here because I'm not saying I endorse that, but that was their view of them at the time, because their way of life was so different, because of the different clothes that they wore, because they were generally speaking more nomadic people than having settlements, and obviously people were described as being godless as well because they weren't Christian. So I think that there are very there are very great ills and evils that can come about from the idea of viewing other people as savage or uncivilized relative to you, because I think that in some cases it can make people feel as if that they've got some kind of an innate right to exert themselves over others, or to view others as being lesser than them, because they're either savage or uncivilized. But of course, as I'd also previously said, I don't think that every culture per se should be viewed on a completely level field of just saying, "Oh, well, you know, we're all different in one way or another. It's just our culture," you know. I mean, you know, the most extreme example I could think of, say, but like ISIS, back when they were a force and they were setting up their caliphate in Iraq and Syria. I think pretty much everyone who wasn't them agreed that their culture that they wanted to bring about was not a good culture. The practices that they had of you know, throwing homosexuals off of buildings, and the ways that they'd end up treating women, and all kinds of other things there. You know, you had a coalition of not only Western countries, but I think surrounding Arab countries for that matter as well, all agreeing with one another that they wanted to go in and stop ISIS from doing what they were doing, because they all agreed that that was not a good culture that they were attempting to permeate and to make people live under. So you can certainly say that, yeah, that there are definitely differences in cultures here. You know, I don't think we can just do a shrug of the shoulders and say, oh well, everyone's just different. You know, you've got to have at least some value judgments of things that you think as being better or worse than other things. So as much as I have made the point, as I say, that I think that viewing people as savage or uncivilized has some serious ills to it, because of things that can be done in the name of that. I think that we do need to make value judgments on different cultures, what we deem to be preferable or not preferable. So in that case, I would say disagree. Now, obviously, the counterpoint to that would be to say that you're disagreeing with another culture because you deem it to be savage or uncivilized, that being the terms that you describe it as. Is that the best lens to look through the way that you'd condemn another culture? Like the ISIS caliphate, for example, you know, you could describe it as savage, perhaps, or indeed uncivilized compared to what our understanding of civil society or civilization ought to be. But I think you're maybe getting bogged down in the weeds there a little bit, just with the terminology, that to say savage or uncivilized probably isn't the most useful words that you could use there. But nonetheless, as I say, yeah, I think that you do need to make value judgments about the difference between cultures and what you think is right or wrong or better or worse. Therefore, I don't think you should say just there are only different cultures. Um, Notwithstanding the plight of unfortunately cultures that have been on the sharp end of the stick against much more technologically advanced civilizations over the years. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society support. Well, this comes back in part. Remember when we were doing sort of like the to each to his ability, to each to his need, and I sort of ended up saying, well, fundamentally, should people put in what they're able to and get what they require? I think that's a relatively good expectation of how you should base a society. But obviously, from the viewpoint of a sort of a social democracy with a welfare safety net rather than full blown communism. Those who are able to work but refuse the opportunity should not expect society support. I think that if you're able to, well, Sky Echo says define able. I mean, one example that I brought up earlier was when I used to work in adult social care, and I worked with people who had been born with learning disabilities who just would not be able to function in society in the way that me or you are able to. Certainly wouldn't be able to work. So in that case, I would say that those people were not able to work. Certainly not in the way that we would understand it. And it was perfectly reasonable still that we support them and give them a good standard of living, even if they're not able to, because it's no fault of theirs the fact that they were born with the disabilities that they were. They can't help that. That's just the way that things went, But what about people who are able to work and refuse the opportunity? They should not expect society support. I feel that what this one's aiming towards is basically I don't like this phrase at all, but the idea, that the benefits scrounger, the person that chooses not to work and instead basically just sits on free payments and rides their way across the system. And I don't think that that's right. I think that I think that people should do their best to sort of pay their own way and support themselves and not exist entirely parasitically on others. Certainly not if they're able to contribute, and that's the clear difference I want to make. By the way, if people are able to contribute, they should do so. If people are unable to contribute, then we should not expect it of them, should we? Now, I understand that we can talk about the nuances of sort of saying, uh, is the current benefits system fair or not? The threshold that you have to sort of prove whether or not you're fit for work and those kinds of things. But I think that that's a matter of implementation. Ultimately, that's something that can be adjusted and looked at, etc. But on the basic premise, I suppose, of the idea of if you are able to work but you choose not to, is it right that you should still get everything that everybody else gets? I don't feel that it is. I feel that there's we owe it to one another to, if you want to get back from what's on offer for everyone, you should at least put something in. I think that's fair, to be honest with you. Grave Peril says, was it their parents' fault? What was it their parents with hereditary issues fault? I mean, I don't know. I'll put it this way: the parents of the people that I cared for were not themselves people who required that kind of care. Does that make enough sense to you? Whether or not they held within their genes the possibilities for the kind of conditions that their offspring had to be more likely or not, that could well have been a possibility. I don't know for sure. I wasn't sitting there quizzing the parents or anything like that. But certainly the parents of the people I was caring for were not themselves people who required that kind of care. Sometimes these kind of conditions do come along as just a quirk of, statistical anomaly. You get mutations of an embryo that make a person end up one way or another, and that's just what happens sometimes. Um, so those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society support. I'm going to say agree. I'm not going to go with a strong agree on that one, but I'll say agree. And because I view this as basically the yin and yang to the one that I answered earlier, which is, should you put in what you're able to and should you get out what you require? When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. um, uh, I mean, should you put your head in the sand and ignore problems, or should you confront them? Certainly, you should confront them. We shouldn't ignore problems that are troubling us. But then again, I mean, I'm a person myself who has dealt with much of my adult life with mental health issues from time to time, anxiety and bouts of depression. Um, and I certainly know that dwelling on negative thoughts and being stuck within that mindset of negative thoughts does nobody any good either. And you need to try and make every effort to pull yourself out of it and to seek help to bring yourself out of it as well. So it's a tricky one because it depends what this question is really trying to drive at. Should we confront problems and accept issues in reality rather than just ignore them and pretend everything's fine? Of course we should, but not to the degree that we allow ourselves to be consumed with being troubled by things. So I'm going to say agree for that one, but I hope at least I've explained to you guys the nuance between those, what I view as kind of being the two different positions on that. I think generally speaking, when you're troubled, it helps to try and do cheerful things and things that make you feel good, rather than just dwelling on what the problems are. And if we're talking about troubles in terms of life circumstances or much bigger political issues or whatever, then those things do need addressing, and you should take proactive and constructive steps towards trying to fix them. But I think when it says here, when you are troubled, it's talking in a more personal sense, isn't it? A more kind of personal, emotional sense relative to you individually. And in that sense, generally speaking, yeah, I don't think it really pays to dwell on negative things too much. In fact, quite a lot of sort of cognitive behavioral therapy and the idea of kind of like mental sort of self-care revolves around the idea of trying to either distract yourself from the negative things or to reason with yourself that the amount of emphasis you're putting on those negative thoughts isn't proportionate to what's useful. So I'll say agree. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. Oh, thorny one there. Can never be fully integrated. I mean, I think that it's always going to be a fact that the person within that country was not born in that country and that they came from another country and that they have a heritage in that other country, etc. That's always going to be indisputable. You can't erase that element of your past, can you? But for a person going to another country, is there the scope for them to adapt to that country? Is there the scope for them to take part in life within that country and generally speaking follow the same kinds of values as the culture within that country, to participate in that country as fully as they possibly can? I think there certainly is the scope for that. Yeah. I don't think that I don't think that you can say. Look at the phrase here. It says first generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. We're using the word integrated here. Integrated in itself means taking something that is not part of something and then meshing it with something else, doesn't it? That's what we're driving at with the phrase integration. It's talking about something that is different or from something else that then becomes part of this different thing. And in that sense, I'd say that, yeah, you can have integration, really. And you can, and as far as fully integrated, well, the only way to quote unquote be fully integrated would, I guess you'd say, would be to be like a person born in that country and to always have existed within that country. But then at that point, that's not a matter of integration anymore, really, isn't it? Because you're already de facto a part of that thing, if you get me. Looking at the real world, is the problem of people going to other countries and not integrating or taking the steps necessary to integrate with those countries a thing? I would agree with that. Yeah, I'd say that certainly exists within that can exist within pockets of communities of people within certain countries. I think that's a thing that's been observed. But nonetheless, to say that because a person is an immigrant from another country, that's a barrier to the idea that they can ever be fully integrated with that country, I wouldn't agree with that. No, I think that there are people who can come from other countries and live in a different country for the vast majority of their lives, and they will come to feel a real connection and kinship with that country. And I don't think it's right to say that because you're from elsewhere, you can never feel like you belong here. I don't think that's the right attitude. Lee Hallam says, one is leader of the opposition. Technically not, but came here aged 18, so of course they can integrate. Sky Echo says, I was born here, but won't integrate with Tories or fascists. I've got some news for you, Sky. Maybe not the fascists, but there are definitely a few Tories here in the chat. Yeah, so of course people can integrate with the country they go to. It doesn't mean in all cases people do integrate, but of course they can. So strongly disagree, because it says they can never fully be integrated. So we'll say strongly disagree there. What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for us all. What is good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for us all. Why would I say yes to that? Really, I suppose if we're going to try and speak in favor of that statement, we'd say something like, if the corporation is making lots of money, then that's going to help the economy. And if they're being really successful, then that means that their services or products are arguably going to be good or high end or something like that. But otherwise, to say what's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us, I don't necessarily think you can stretch that one, can you? Grave Peril here says 0% corporation tax is not good for me. Well, there we are. And I'm bringing my own personal biases into this one, but I tell you what's good for some of Elon Musk's corporations, I don't necessarily view as being good for me either. So yeah, what's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for us all. I would say strongly disagree. I don't think there's a basis to believe that whatever's good for a corporation is therefore going to be good for everybody else. Notwithstanding, as I've said, that there are obviously benefits to say that companies or corporations that are economically successful can in turn help with the economy of the country they're in. They can help provide jobs for people, yada yada yada. But it doesn't mean that it's always. It doesn't mean that the interests of people and corporations are always aligned. No, by no means. No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding. Swiss, do you agree with the existence of the BBC? Well, I don't want to dismantle the BBC, do I? I may disagree with the license fee, but then again, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm saying that it shouldn't be publicly funded. Just because I'm saying that I don't think the license fee as a method of getting money off of people is the right way to go. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that the BBC shouldn't be funded with public money. It should just be funded in a slightly different way with public money. So I'll say strongly disagree with that one. I'm not looking to abolish the BBC anytime soon, despite my issues with the corporation from time to time. Okay, our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counter-terrorism. Oh my God, I'm only on page 4. I've got things to do tonight. All right, we're going to try and be quick for the rest of this, guys, okay? I'm going to try and put a limit on how long I answer these. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counter-terrorism. I mean, in sort of like the wake of 9/11 and a lot of stuff that was being done there, I feel as if I probably would have said that they were. To what degree some of those measures have been rolled back since then, I think some stuff has been eased, but other stuff has remained on the books pretty much permanently. I think that attempts to, I think certainly under the new Labour government, there was debates about how long you could detain someone without charging them with something or something like that. And it seemed like they were trying to head towards very excessive amounts of time for that sort of thing. So I a tricky one, because it says are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. I don't think that there are an awful lot of measures that are being brought in the modern day and age now in the name of counterterrorism that are excessively curtailing our civil liberties. However, I think the argument could be made that there was stuff that was brought in maybe 15, 20 years ago that was excessive. And some of that stuff has remained since then, I believe. So this is one of those questions that I'm not sure really whether I want to say yes or no to it, but I'm going to say agree because I've got to give an answer to it. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all arguments that delay progress in the democratic political system. Ho, right, okay. So here's the thing, okay? Do I agree with? Do I want a one-party state? Do I want to do away with democracy because all the faff and debate gets in the way? Do I look at a country like China and go, wow, the speed at which they build their rail lines and cities is, we're still quibbling over whether HS2 should or shouldn't have been cancelled or whatever. And here's China in the meantime. They've grown, they've built something out of the ground in the space of about 10 years, So Grave Peril says the statement is true, but it's not good. Yeah, that's what I was coming round to there. Okay. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. That is an advantage. I'm not going to sit here and deny that it's an advantage when we're assessing these different kinds of systems, these different kinds of ways that you could run a state or a government or whatever. There are obviously going to be things in the pro column and things in the con column. There are going to be advantages and disadvantages to them. Now, on the balance of all things, I absolutely do not want to live in a one-party state or a non-democratic political system. I wouldn't want that for a second. But if the proposition is saying to me, is a significant advantage of one of those systems the fact that you can get things done quicker than a democratic system, well, I've got to say that, yeah, that is one of the advantages. I don't think that as an advantage outweighs all of the very obvious ills from that kind of a system. But on the premise of the question, at least, I will say that, yes, it is an advantage. So there we are. Swiss secret dictator lover confirmed. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. Disagree. I don't like this argument of, oh, well, if you've got nothing to hide, then you've got nothing to be concerned about or anything like that. Oh, I love this comment from Lee. Swish, you're going to spend 5 hours deliberating carefully over these answers, only for it to call you a fascist at the end. No, I don't think only wrongdoers need to be worried. I think it's quite reasonable for all people to have concerns about the level of which they're surveilled and to what degree the government or law enforcement can access private information about where you've been, what you've been doing, what you've been looking at, who you've been talking to, all those kinds of things. I think it's perfectly reasonable to have concerns or even worries about the way that that information is used and the way that it's safeguarded and protected. So no, I don't think only wrongdoers should be worried about it. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. Tricky one, because I've got mixed feelings on this one. I don't think I would like to see a return to the death penalty in this country. It was abolished some I don't know 50 odd years ago. I don't think I want to see it brought back. Now here's the thing: do I believe that there are some crimes that are so monstrous and such evil individuals that they are really beyond the scope of rehabilitation, or indeed even just that it's a real net negative on society to even just to permit them to continue existing, or even that it would be a justified punishment to execute them because of some of the really awful things they've done. Part of me believes so, actually. Yeah, part of me does believe so, to be totally honest with you. But one of the big issues that I've got is what if a person is wrongly convicted for something? How monstrous would it be to have the state execute a person who, in fact, was actually innocent? I mean, example, right? Now, obviously, I'll explain it as I go. But take this the Lucy Letby thing, right? She was, convicted of having like murdered a load of infants, and it was a big story, and it made her one of the biggest serial killers in the country. And people were absolutely shocked and appalled by the things that they'd heard. And now, since then, there has been serious doubt cast on some of the evidence that have been used to convict her. And they think that some of the medical evidence was faulty. They think that some of the claims about like shift patterns and trying to kind of sort of circumstantial evidence of her being in was faulty as well. You've got medical experts, you've got journalists, politicians, various people coming together and saying, well, we think that there was a miscarriage of justice here. We think that some of this evidence was really quite faulty. At the very least, it deserves a retrial on the basis of what we consider to only be good evidence rather than faulty evidence. Now, realistically, if we had a death penalty in this country and she was, it could have been the case that she may have been given the death penalty for that. I don't think that she would have been put to death anytime soon, because I think that all the appeals processes that you tend to get with these kinds of things, they go on for years and years and years. So probably this evidence would have come to light before that execution would have taken place. But I think it goes to show. I think it goes to show at the very least that from time to time, miscarriages of justice are possible. These things can crop up. And I understand maybe an argument a person would make about, well, what about kind of, such clear, indisputable cases where you really can't argue it, where like, there's hundreds of eyewitnesses, persons on camera doing what they're doing, they've killed a bunch of people, something like that. Would the death penalty be appropriate for that? Maybe, but I do tend towards thinking that that it would be better to keep it gone. As I say, there's a part of me that maybe does think that some crimes would deserve a death penalty, but I feel that there's an awful lot more that comes along with having a death penalty, which I wouldn't necessarily want to see. Not just the possibility of miscarriages of justice, but also the idea of sort of like a riling up a sort of a public spectacle of the idea of, oh yeah, this person's going to get put to, I don't, like the Daily Mail comments section sort of, yeah, we should bring back hanging for this person in particular. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see, my fellow men and women in this country sort of like, begging for blood from somebody. I don't think it's a good frame of mind to see a lot of people in, to be honest with you. So yeah, part of my instincts do sometimes think that there are some crimes where it would be appropriate, but I am most certainly not in favor of the idea of bringing back the death penalty. I think there's far too many things that are attached to it that are negatives. So I'll say strongly disagree. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. I am going to end up looking like a fascist by the end of this, aren't I? The thing is that a society, a state, the country that we live in, it's gonna the structure within it is going to have hierarchies of people listening to and obeying other people, right? That's kind of inevitable, because if that isn't the case, then the alternative is arguably going to be some kind of a completely flat system where no one is able to tell anyone else what to do. So you're obviously going to require a degree of that, aren't you? Grave Peril says we have teams and we have team leaders. You're going to have you at the end of the day. I don't think you can reason yourself out of saying that you are going to need to have some people telling other people what to do and some people telling other people what they're not allowed to do. And people who are able to enforce the prevention of people doing what they're not allowed to do as well. I think it's kind of unavoidable, really. Even when I've heard discussions with there's a guy I knew in university who was an anarchist, and we'd get into quite long discussions about how to restructure society and stuff. And even he would end up sort of conceding that even in sort of like an anarchist society that he wanted to set up, you would still need some kind of a structure or a group within that to help prevent people from doing awful things or something like that, So I'll agree. It's not going to be a strong agree, because I think a strong agree tends towards something that does feel a bit more authoritarian. But fundamentally, yeah, the structure of an awful lot of elements of society does require hierarchy. The army requires hierarchy. The government requires hierarchy. A football team requires hierarchy. I don't think you can get away from the existence of hierarchy. Abstract arts that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. The problem is it's subjective, isn't it? It's subjective. I can have my opinions about what I think constitutes art or not. What was that thing from a little while ago? Someone had sellotaped a banana to a wall. Obviously, I don't really consider that to be art. But some other people might. Some other people do. And actually, that said, if we're going to talk about abstract art, quite a lot of the art that I do is abstract. This is abstract. It doesn't have a form to it. I'm not painting a particular thing or an object or a person. But at the same time, I still consider it art. For me at least, it's aesthetically pleasing to look at. I like the shapes and the colors in it and the way that they interact with one another. So it is abstract. It's not reflecting a real world object or person. It's not a realist painting, but I would still like to believe it's got some artistic merit to it nonetheless. So I think I'm going to have to say strongly disagree on that one. NA says, are you all right to put a joint link in the comments, or do you want to solo this stream? I saw your comment the other day, NA, about putting one in the chat when people want to come in. This one is going to be a solo stream because, not least, I want to try and get to the end of it. I've been going for a very long time, and I need to I need to get to the end of it and do other things. And I'm afraid having guests on is only going to make that a longer process. But you are absolutely welcome to come on a future stream. And if you're in the chat for a future stream and you want me to drop the link in, then you are welcome to come on. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. I think there's kind of three roles within criminal justice, aren't there? There's punishment, there's deterrence, and there's rehabilitation, isn't there? I think that there are countries in Europe, maybe some like the Nordic countries, that do have a much more rehabilitative approach to their justice, rather than punishment. It's much more tended towards rehabilitation, and I think that they've got better outcomes in terms of reoffending. I think that's the case from what I've seen. I don't have sort of statistics to offer you out of hand, but my basic understanding is that the criminal justice systems that focus more on rehabilitation do have a lower rate of reoffending than those that are much more punitive in their nature. So that being the case, I will say disagree. That I think that rehabilitation should be more important than punishment. I do believe that there needs to be elements within criminal justice of punishment, deterrence, and rehabilitation. I think that all three of those have a role to play within it. But actually, I think that rehabilitation is not given the emphasis that it ought to have, because I think that in other countries where they do put more of a focus on rehabilitation, they actually get better outcomes than we do. It is a waste of time to try and rehabilitate some criminals. It's a tricky one. Some in sort of very extreme examples, I'd probably agree. Yeah. Say if back when Jimmy Savile was still alive, he'd been caught and tried for his crimes, would there have been any point in trying to rehabilitate him? I can't really see any meaningful way you could have rehabilitated Jimmy Savile, to be honest with you. I realise that's an extreme example, but I'm trying to, I'm trying to distinguish whether there are any extreme examples of this or not. Obviously this goes counter to the point that I've just made, where I've just said we do not put enough emphasis on rehabilitation. NA says here, there are a tiny percentage like psychopaths who can't be reformed, but 90% can if you find the right method. The statement here is, it is a waste of time to try and rehabilitate some criminals. And emphasis on the word some there. Are there some criminals that just cannot be rehabilitated? I would probably agree that there are some criminals that can't be rehabilitated, notwithstanding what I've just said, that we do need more emphasis on rehabilitation in general. But yes, some criminals can't. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. It's the human spirit versus the grind of the machine, isn't it? I think when I answered this when I was much younger, I said the writer and the artist, like, incredibly strongly. But to be brutally honest, as much as I think there's a very important role for culture, for entertainment, for expression, and all the rest of it, they're forcing me to choose here. They're forcing me to choose between the writer and the artist, and the business person and the manufacturer. And the writer and the artist doesn't put. Oh my God, the chat here, the chat. NA says you are a true capitalist if you say the business person disagrees. Listen, you. Does the writer or the artist put food in people's mouths? Because at the end of the day, a farmer is also a business person, but a farmer is not necessarily a writer or an artist. A shop owner is a business person, but a shop owner is not necessarily a writer or an artist. A manufacturer making drugs that help fix people from diseases and medical conditions. They are what they are, and not necessarily writers or artists. They are, there's absolute value in the writer and the artist. I'm not for a moment dismissing the value of the writer and the artist. And I know that we on the left shake an angry fist at the businessmen and their tax dodging mega wealthy ways. But fundamentally here, that there's a lot more practical use in our day-to-day lives that come from the likes of the business person or the manufacturer than the writer or the artist, in terms of fulfilling basic human needs in the products or services that we're able to get. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go with the business person and the manufacturer. NA says, I don't really think of factory workers or farmers as business people. Well, you may not think of them that way, and that's your view, but I think they are fundamentally. I mean, I don't know about factory workers. I'm not sure if workers are business people, but certainly a farmer owns their farm. A farmer creates a product or a good and then sells it on to other people. That makes them a business person, doesn't it? Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. Disagree. I'm not going to sit here and tell people what to do. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. In fact, when I was very young, it was my mum that went out to work, and it was my dad that stayed at home and looked after me. So I grew up in an environment that was actually the total opposite to that. So yeah, I'm going to disagree with that one. Almost all politicians promise economic growth, but we should heed the warnings of climate science that growth is detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming. I mean, growth in of itself isn't necessarily detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming. It's about what sources of energy we use, what kinds of industries we have, right? So, I mean, and the thing is, this questionnaire was made a very long time ago. In the time since they came up with all these questions, actually, you've seen quite a heavy pivot towards taking global warming more seriously and trying to have more green policies. In fact, so much so, we've even got to the point where you're seeing a backlash against that, and now the tide's going the other way with people being opposed to net zero and whatnot. But I think... I don't know. I don't like the way it's phrased. I'm gonna say disagree, but I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know whether I should put disagree or agree to this one. I don't think it's very easy to get a good nuanced answer to that one. By the way, NA says, I'm not saying that they are not. It's not the term that comes to mind. Part of the problem is these things making you choose two binary options without much expanse or nuance. Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's forcing me to choose. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. No, not necessarily. I don't necessarily believe that to be the case. I think that younger people are much more likely to want to tear everything down and replace it with something else. I mean, maybe I'm just thinking of myself here, but I think that certainly when I was a teenager, I was probably some kind of a nondescript revolutionary anti-capitalist. And then as I got older, I came to realize, you know what? Actually, sometimes getting rid of the system means that you can unintentionally replace it with a much worse system. Better to try and improve and reform it than scrap the whole thing entirely. But maybe that's not what it's referring to. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Have I made peace with the establishment at age 31? Am I at peace with the establishment? I wouldn't necessarily say I'm at peace with the establishment. I'm critical of elements of the establishment. I don't always think people in the establishment make the right decisions, and I say so when I think they make the wrong decisions. Again, I don't like the framing of this question, but I think I'm going to say disagree. Astrology accurately explains many things. Oh, thank God, a quick one. Strongly disagree. You cannot be moral without being religious. Another easy one for me, at least. Strongly disagree. Although I will say, there's an interesting point to be made about what foundations of the morals in our society are based off of a Christian tradition. No doubt that Christianity, with its sort of heavy influence in this country and in Western countries for such a long time, probably did influence the way that our societies and laws ended up being shaped. I think that's worth noting, at least, that you see different kinds of cultures and values, and therefore moralities being born out of societies that start off from different religions. Sure, but the idea that you cannot be moral without being religious at all is a nonsense to me. Not least because you could run some kind of an experiment where you raise a bunch of people together without them ever being aware of any kind of an organized religion or doctrine or gods or anything like that, and they can still find ways to be moral to one another, right? So yeah, I'll strongly disagree with that one. NA says there's a quiz that shows you can align with each party. Grey Peril says you start a stream for. Yeah, I really want to finish this soon. I've gone on so much longer than I thought. I thought maybe tops I'd do this for 2 hours. Some people are naturally unlucky. See, this is the thing. It depends how we describe the word. I don't believe in luck as sort of like a superstitious, supernatural type force that exists for some people and doesn't exist for others. I don't believe in that. But in terms of the way in which you measure and describe good things or bad things happening to people, you could certainly say, oh, that person is much luckier than that other person. If a person has far more unlikely good things happen to them than another person does, you would describe them as being lucky, wouldn't you? As a way of describing it. But I guess the phrase here, naturally unlucky, again suggesting that there's some kind of a particular quantifiable element to a qualifiable element to this, that you can say, yes, that's how that person will end up. This person is lucky, that person is unlucky, therefore 20, 30 years from now, the lucky person will be doing even better, the unlucky person will be doing even worse. No. Lucky and unlucky are just words that we use to measure things that we see and whether we viewed something that happens to a person as being likely or unlikely. So I'm going to say strong disagree. It's important that my child's school instills religious values. No, strongly disagree. It's not important for me. I'm happy with schools teaching children about religion. I'm happy with schools teaching children some values that overlap with some of the values of religion. But religious values per se, no, I've not got a particular interest in sending my child to a school based on religious values. Oh no, we've just done that. Oh, I missed a question. Charity is better than social security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. No, I mean, charity's got a role. Charity's got a role, absolutely. But I think that you can do better and more long-lasting positive changes to people via state intervention, by changing laws and the structures of things, rather than just relying on charity to help people. Charity's absolutely got a role to play. Charity is a very good thing. But I don't think it should be relied upon as the main means of helping the disadvantaged. I think that there needs to be other stuff there as well. So I will say disagree. Next question. Page 6. Thanks God. Sex outside of marriage is usually immoral. Well, given that my worldview isn't really through the lens of religious morality necessarily, I'm going to say strong disagree to that one because, well, a same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Should not be excluded from the yeah, I'd agree with that. They should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. I think that I mean, you know, not least if there are that many children out there at the moment, you know, in foster care or children's homes or whatnot who don't have parents or people to look after them and they need them, how on earth can you justify excluding potential parents to take them in and adopt them on the basis of, oh, you're in a same-sex relationship, you know? Now, do I think that I think that probably the best circumstances in which a person can be raised is for them to have positive male and female role models in their lives. I think that that's the case. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Therefore, I think that the traditional family of a mum and a dad is the easiest, best fit towards that. However, I don't think that there's such a detriment to the well-being or to the structure of a family life just because it's a same-sex couple that shouldn't be allowed or anything like that. I think that it's absolutely the right of people to want to have a family where they raise children, whatever kind of relationship they're in. And indeed, I think that we should give children who don't have parents every opportunity to find themselves a loving family as well. So, no, they should not be excluded. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Agree. Yeah. What goes on in the private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. I mean, yeah, I'm tending towards agree. Obviously, provided it's not anything kind of like illegal or coercive or anything like that, but it says consenting adults, so I'm quite happy to take that at face value. So I'll say strongly agree for that one. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Well, I disagree with that. I don't know where the phrase naturally comes into it, as if the idea that like homosexuality is some artificially created thing that doesn't occur because that's how a person feels inside of themselves anyway, you know. I mean, even if you're going to take the argument about saying that like it's just a human thing, I think you occasionally see examples of homosexuality in nature as well. I don't think it's awfully widespread, but I think you can still point to some examples of it. But nonetheless, no, I don't think I don't think that I'd say that a person who is homosexual feels homosexual because in an unnatural way. It's true to who they are and it's true to the way that they feel. I don't think there's anything artificial about that. So strongly disagree. These days, openness about sex has gone too far. Oh, I don't know. Depends what we're talking about here, doesn't it? I don't know. It depends what we're talking about, really. I really don't know what we're talking about in this question here. Openness about sex. I don't want to overhear people talking about having sex when I'm sitting on the bus or the train or anything like that. You know, there are obviously some limits that there need to be. I don't want children to overhear people talking about sex. But you know, someone on TV wants to, a late night talk show, and you want to tell some funny anecdotes about that sort of thing or something, or you want to have a lifestyle magazine, 10 tips to be better in the bedroom or whatever. I don't see any harm in that, so I'll say disagree. All right, then. It's finally time to see where I stand. So all the times that I've done this test previously, I've ended up in the bottom left green square, which has placed me on what the political compass terms as the libertarian left. So we will see where I end up this time around. All right. So by the way, this is what the graph is as they show it. You've got economic scale left to right. You've got libertarian versus authoritarian, and then you've got your various squares here. Authoritarian left, so you're sort of I don't know. I guess you could say you're communists, you're fascists, you're lefty liberals, and you're free marketeers, or something like that. It's not a perfect map of the way politics exists. It's far more nuanced and complicated, but that's the way they've roughly put it. All right, drum roll, please. I think I'm going to be in the green square because I'm always in the green square. Take a look at the nations on this chart. Okay, they've got an idea of where they think different countries end up on this. So you can see you've got North Korea here, China up there, Saudi Arabia, Singapore. My political compass. Oh, surprise, surprise. It's the left square, and it's within a square, I'd say, of where I usually end up. I think the last time that I did this test, I think I was maybe about there. So I was possibly a square further up towards authoritarian and a square further along towards the left economically. But to be honest, like every time I've done this test, I've always ended up in a slightly different place in the square. I think that when I was a teenager, I was down here. But I think most of the times in my adult life that I've ever done this, I've ended up somewhere in this kind of area. So I'm pretty broadly in line with where I've always been, to be honest with you. Lee Ball says, so a lefty fascist then. Lee, behave yourself. I'm a left-wing libertarian, apparently. But there we are. So I've spent 4 hours and 20 minutes, lol. I've spent over 4 hours of my life answering these questions to basically establish that my political instincts appear to be broadly where they've been for the last 10 years or so. So there we are. Whether this was a worthwhile endeavor, I don't know, but we had some fun. Hopefully it was entertaining for you guys. And hey, this was a fusion between information and entertainment, just hopefully not a worrying one. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go because I've sat here and done this for way too long today. I really want to get up and go do some other stuff. Like quick as. So I'll read a few of your last few questions here. Comments even. NA says, we can now change Biden was never going to beat Bernie to no gods, no masters. Sky Echo says, can you put a link to the questionnaire in the description, please? Swiss, I'm intrigued now. Lee says more encore. No chance. Yes, I'll put a link to this in the description. You'll be able to find it in a couple of minutes' time. All right, then, guys. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. Drop the stream a like, and I'll see you all again soon. And by the way, if you do this test, I would be interested to hear where you end up. So for reference, I'm minus 3.5 on the economic scale and minus just over 4 on the libertarian authoritarian scale. That places me in the middle right corner of the green square. If you guys end up doing it, why don't you post in the comments reply to this stream what your score was as well? It'll be interesting to see where you will end up. All right then, thanks very much. Catch you all later. Ta-ta.